Am I live? Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. On this wonderful NVDA pre-market earnings. Today's going to be popping. Today's going to be popping. Tomorrow going to be popping. We making bread today, boy. These past couple of days, there's only a couple channels. You know, I'm starting to pick up on a lot of different stuff when it comes to the market, when it comes to trading, when it comes to these contracts. You know, we've been picking up a lot of stuff, you know. So where is my mouse? There you go. Well, come over here now, buddy. Thank you. Um yeah, so we've been doing some really cool things when it comes to options. What's going on? All right, I'm sorry. I hit some lag right there. Let me make sure everything's good. Are we good? Are we on? All right, so I've been tracking the different levels for NVIDIA, the different expected moves, things like that. All right, there we go. Bang, bang, baby. Yo, when you get in here, please like the video. You know, please share it. You know, because people aren't gonna show you how to make money like I do. I guarantee it. They're gonna give you a lot of hoopla. All right, they're not gonna give you any real analysis. They're gonna give you a bunch of regurgitated stuff while you not making money. You paying for their subscriptions. You paying for Discord. You're paying for this, that, and the third. You're the product. At least here, everything's free, and we help each other make the best moves. You know, I just so happen to have uh, a really good opening trade record. Really good. So, I mean, if they're not sharing stuff like that for you to make money, if they just want to talk to you all day, then you should probably reevaluate that. All right, so here go Wednesday, new day, update our notes. 19, boom, SPY, today's NVIDIA day. Yay. Okay. All right. Boom. Boom. Let's close this. Yeah, yesterday was really sucky. Really sucky. So we already have today's notes down. Yesterday's, I guess we can fill in these blanks. There are tons of blanks over here that we have to fill in. Because okay, because I stopped trading at a certain time. That's okay. I'm like, why? And that's why I put this puppy right here. All right, so this is Tuesday, the 18th. All right, so this is yesterday's notes. I'm just filling in the blanks for yesterday's notes right now. To low 655, low 8686. Thank you, Mr. Alarm. I do appreciate you. You don't have to yell though. I hear you. High low. All right, open. 66210, and we close 6008. Okay, then we hit a low of, what's the spread on that high? Oh, okay. Okay, it went up. Okay, yeah, because it closed that gap a little bit on at 12 something. You see, at 12 something, it just died off. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on NVIDIA again. NVIDIA SPY 111. We're going to keep an eye on the VIX. And of course, UVIX is going to do what it does. But we definitely keep an eye on the VIX. We want to see for the short-end opportunities. Everything can go in there. Yo, what's up, Rich? Morning, bro. NVIDIA to the moon. Bro, to the moon or to the floor? Be careful either way. Do you have the metrics? Do you know what it's supposed to move? You have an idea what it's supposed to move? Because expected moves could definitely help. He said NVIDIA to the moon. I'm watching a MIT right now. Are you playing NVIDIA? Or are you looking to play NVIDIA? I think it's too euphoric. The market is expecting NVIDIA to drop after earnings. You know, and I think I kind of want to go against that trend. But the numbers come out today. We have Fed numbers later on. I think at 12. That's huge. Yesterday, you said you were going to play NVIDIA. Wherever NVIDIA go, the SPY going to go. I have calls and puts going into next week. I say a 10% gap up or down for SPY. Okay, I like it. It's how their numbers of people find it bullish to me. Beating earnings by 50% is very, bro. I know everyone. Well, first of all, everyone is saying that they're going to beat earnings. No one is saying they're not going to beat earnings. Everyone is saying they got to beat earnings. What's going to matter is the guidance and all that stuff. What are they going to do? Where are they spending their money? That's going to be the important part. So many people. But people think that it's going to drop after earnings. So it's like, yeah, earnings is going to do well, but you know, a lot of people feel as though it's going to drop afterwards. Excuse me. So, now remember we have FM. We have Fed next week too. We have Fed next week as well. Today's gonna be a long day. Today's gonna be a long day. I'm gonna probably be on all day. All right, so NVIDIA is definitely going to open above print. The SPY will open. Wow, look at that. Fucking look at that. So we're going to need definitely our previous day numbers. We need all of our previous day numbers. All right. We need all of our numbers. 1118, 1118. Our high 66512. Low 65586. The open 66210 660 Okay. All right. So that's 665. All right. So we are looking for that 665, 660 pre-market. We were. Let me look at pre-market. This can help. So we are dropping pre-market. Pre-market, we hit a high of 663. All right, so we will. It's 928. All right, so today we are opening low. Previously high 665, and we're at 660. Opening higher is a gap. What is it? 660. All right, so we're opening at yesterday's low. It's 629. I mean 929. We have 1 minute. So we're opening at yesterday's low. All right. Yesterday's close was 660.08. We're at 660.70 right now. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so SPY is dropping. We're going to see where everything. So with SPY dropping, NVIDIA gapping up. You see, yesterday's high, and we're at 184. All right, so we're gapping up slightly. There we go. Boom. There is no gap here. We're not going to have a gap here. We open up right on the nose. All right, and here's NVIDIA's gap up right there. All right, we are open, people. Good luck. Good luck to everyone. Let's do our thing out here. Hopefully we don't get really long choppy hours again. Yeah, that's why we got to catch the early breaks. This is a good range. Previous support at 660 since we felt we're moving 121 weekly average. All right, so we're at 184 and doing something, still going up. There is no gap. That's just doing what it's going to do. Today's calls are down 11%. The puts are down 30%, almost 40%. So there's our seesaw right there. Where do we at? All right, 23. So we moved, volatility moved down a little bit. We were at like 24 and some change pre-market. All right, so with 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 NVIDIA having to fill that gap to the downside, we're going to see if SPY is going to follow that. So far, it isn't looking like SPY is necessarily moving with NVIDIA. We want to see who has the horns. Oh, wham, bam, shang a lang and a sha la 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 la. Oh, wham, bam, shang a lang and a... Oh, wham, bam. All right, let's try and... Oh. So NVIDIA, what I found out for NVIDIA is that NVIDIA is going to have a plus or minus 12-point move. At the current price at 184, the plus 12 would be 193, the minus 12 would be 169. November 21 contracts for the 193 move, that's a 4 to 5-point move to the upside. For November 21st, for the downside, for the minus 12-point move, I'm sorry, 12-point move, we're looking for the contracts to differentiate between 10 points. So for the upside, we're looking for a 4 to 5-point move with the contracts, and for the November 21st, we're looking for the downside, the 169, we're looking for a 10-point move in the contracts to the upside, downside. November 28th, the 193, the plus 12 upside, we're looking for a 4 to 5-point move on those contracts. And for November 28th, for the downside, those contracts are looking to make a 6-point move. So those are the metrics I have for NVIDIA. Use them as you will, as I may, and good luck. I don't mind sharing my plays at all. I mean, I told you yesterday I was opening up calls and puts, but now I have a better range. So now I have to reskew those so I can get within this range. So that's huge. NVIDIA and SPY is running. We have a new higher day with NVIDIA and new higher day with SPY 36. So we are running. All right, so remember, we got something going on at 12. I'm like, all right, we're going to start clocking. I'm trying to think, do I want to participate in any of this upside movement? And I don't know. I mean, we can be looking at 665. We could be looking at a 665 upside. I mean, I don't know. That's $3. That's good money. That's good money if it's that $3. You know, everyone can be looking to short in the morning, and that's why we're going up right now. So NVIDIA didn't go for any of the upside gaps, and now we get a downside gap in. And what are we doing? What are you doing? I'm sorry. I was trying to figure something out. Let's start. Oh wow, there's a lot. Um. All right. Let's. Oh no. No, I don't think we did anything. 11:19 pre. Okay. All right. So let's put this stuff in. Let's put in some numbers. Good morning, everyone. If there's anyone in here, I know my one man was in here. I just want to acknowledge everybody as he's stopping. Right now, we're trying to figure out, some of the good moves that we can make leading into tomorrow. I want one more. We can do this. Open 660, 27. What? We can do this. All right, 938 high of day. HOD 66239. All right, we're just going to just keep that right where it's at. All right, so this is the gap, the downside gap that NVIDIA has to fill. Don't know if we're going to fill it because it's not like an ETF or anything. It's a stock. All right, it's cool. We can just keep this clock there. You know. Damn, that bitch went up $2. Whoa. I didn't even think about that. That's money right there already on those calls. All right, VIX. This is falling. With this falling, this is going to go, I can do a little something. Oh, so they are going to take it to the 665 maybe. So that's going to be a short. That could be a short. But that is definitely late now to buy. Oh, well, I knew the level. I knew the level. Wow. I knew the level. I didn't take the trade. Oh, the trade has to finish. The trade has to finish. 944. We don't want to take that away. All right, the market is running really bullish right now. This is a seesaw. They seesawing. I don't know. Is they gonna run it? I just feel as though everyone is so bullish, bearish, so they're gonna just do the opposite. Damn! Look at the NVIDIA. Yo. Oh wow, my NVIDIA calls are kind of moving. Mmm. 59% chance that the Fed will cut. I missed those 665s. I missed them. They're going to do so well. They are doing so well. And like now, I don't even want to participate because everything got so expensive. Everything got so expensive. All right, you see, this is falling. Bear trap. All right, so they're going to run it. They are going to run it to 665. The reason why I got 665, by the way, is because that was yesterday's high in relation to where we are now. But that's 665. I think I'm going to short that 665. That's a falling knife, though. But I also don't want to get in late to the trade now. Like, now you're late. You know, well, you don't know if you're late, but it's like, that's the gamble. It can go up to like right here, you know? And you still make money. So 4 minutes. And 665. Yeah, those things were nice. So you got mm. Oh, a shutdown. I was thinking like a pandemic shutdown. I was like, wait, what? No, we're gonna get another government shutdown January 30th. Okay. I'm like, what time is it? All right, it's 950. 950. All right, this could be new high day. 950. This is before the big mark. All right, 950. New high of day. 63.78. All right, structure change down. All right, so this can be the 10 o'clock shift right here. All right, but yeah, I'm looking at this NVDA. This NVIDIA isn't letting up. This NVIDIA, are you going to seriously blow out this 193 right now? This is new session high. Yeah, they're going for it, baby. Those 665s are kicking ass. Those 665s are kicking ass. Yep. That's sick. That's sick. You won't even believe the price I seen that at. I was about to clip that joint. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. Ah, all right, back. Wow, that's impressive. Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. I can't believe I called that shit out like that. I can't believe I called that shit out like that. I wish I would have just, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gotta catch that beginning trade. You gotta catch that beginning trade. It's just way too late right now. Way too late right now. You gotta catch that beginning trade. Wow. I can't believe this thing actually hit that. That's incredible. What did we open at? We open at $65. Sheesh. Oh wow. We're gonna have a new Fed chair by like Christmas. That's crazy. What is this at? You see, this is dropping. This is dropping. Oh, it just went up a little bit. Wow, within this is priced in right here. Dude, I think this might be the earnings play right here. I think this is the earnings play right here. Wow, this is the earnings play, bro. Fuck. This is why they're not going to pay out the trades afterwards, because this is it. You know, they bring this puppy back down. What do we open up at? We will open at 184. Now, if they bring it back down, we might only go down to 190 instead of 190. I mean, down. I said down. Instead of 169, we'll hit like 175. So they're taking away 12 points. Whatever 187 minus 12, that's that's 75. That's 175. So whatever it is, this is earnings is being priced in right now. I think this is the pricing in of earnings. Because this is a squeeze. This is a big squeeze. Look at this. VIX is going down. Of course, this is going down. The more these guys go down, the more this goes up. But we see this is being driven by NVIDIA. Wow. Wow. Mm, that's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't attack another banger, man. I should have attacked that banger right off the rip. Right off the rip. How do you know? That's crazy. So we have Fed shares and everything speaking all today. And I think we're going to get FOMC minutes too. Hmm. Fuck. That is absolutely incredible. I should have jumped. Damn, I should have fucking jumped on that shit. Yo, S&P is up almost 1% already. That's crazy. That's so unfortunate. Because I seen these 165s. I seen these 165s for so cheap. Okay, 125. Okay. I thought I seen them cheaper. Never mind. All right, never mind. Never mind with that. I was making a bigger deal about that than what I should have. But that's crazy. Straight up. Straight up. And look at this. VIX is dropping. It's just dropping, dropping, dropping. Okay. I'm not on tilt anymore. I was tilted. I was heavily tilted because I thought I missed out on a $45 or $44 contract that is now $255. No. I was incorrect. That's why I was kind of tilted. I was kind of tilted, not gonna lie, but now I'm not. So they erased all those puts. They hurt all those puts from yesterday. And that VIX is just getting crushed. Damn, look at the VIX. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't. I really wish I would have touched something. I didn't touch anything. Didn't touch anything. Look at all this. All this. Up for almost an hour. That's crazy. Lower day, 2276. This is lower day. And this is, ironically, higher day. It's way too. I'm not touching it. It's just too late. Yeah, it's too late. I seen the upside. I didn't attack the upside. That was my bad. That was my bad. And I don't want to touch any of these contracts. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Mm. Mm. That's crazy. That went lower too. Yeah, I'm not touching any of these. They're just gonna chop you up. Chop you up. But not really chop you up. I mean, all right, so we see a structure change right here, 1008. That's crazy. If you took that trade, congratulations. You just need one good trade of that, and that was if you caught that. That's the thing, because when you catch something like that and you see the momentum, and then you start porting, and then you start full porting. That thing start getting more powerful. Then you start adding on, adding on, adding on, adding on. You know, you get it, you get it, you go, you go, you get it. You go through this, you add on, and then rip, 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 rip. Then you like, damn, and then you start adding on more. Mm. That would have been a nice. That was a nice. I think moved up 6 points. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy. You would have gotten like 400% on your money, if not like way more than that. Way more than that. Oh my god. But you got to catch that strength. And so we have two data metrics today. We have Trump at 12 and we have the minutes at 2. I don't think this is, I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. Mm. Mm. I just can't, yo. I just can't touch it. I just can't. I just can't. You see, and I knew that was a bad short. You're going to need a lot more confirmation than that for any type of short today. Mm. Oh, wow. I didn't open up anything there. I'll take that. I'll take that. Mm. That's crazy, bro. Now, it moves so much. That's incredible. We're in 667. $7. This thing went up $7. Oh my goodness. And it's just still dropping. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. You pick up any plays? You make any plays? I still have my plays. I still have my calls from NVIDIA. So yeah, I told you I had calls inputs. Well, my calls are going off right now. Gemini 3. All right, this is a little bit more believable. So if there's a short, no, but to where? All right, so right now that was a 7-point move. So those contracts move 7 slots. 7 slots. What about the NVIDIA? It's 10:22. So there's a good chance they want Trump the front run the minutes because the FMOC minutes come in at 2. With them coming at 2, he would be irrelevant at any time after that. He would be he would be kind of irrelevant because everyone would be paying attention to that. That's why he's coming out at 12. And if he's late, 1. And I can see him doing that. So there's a good chance Trump's at 1 because he's going to do and say what he have to say to front run the minutes. Wow. The money was made. The money is made. Mm, mm. So what you say? Another bear trap? No, I'm waiting to short the fuck out of this stuff. You're waiting to short. I know, but isn't that the obvious play? Isn't that the obvious play though? You know, like this morning. Did you catch? Did you catch the call? Did you catch the upside? Did you catch any of that upside? Another bear trap. So you think it's gonna just keep running? Well, we have some data metrics. We have NVDA. I'm sorry, blah. We have Trump at 12 and FOMC at 2. Well, I put a little beak wetter right there. I bought a little beak wetter. Once I seen it change that, so I do have a beak wetter out there, but no real money. Just just a little something. Just to no, I'm short selling. Also, Trump is coming out today. You know how that goes. Yeah, I just found out Trump at 12. I don't know, man. That short is so obvious. And look at that. And Nvidia is is only 5 points away. I'm sorry, 6 points away from the target. From that 12-point target. It already moved 6 points. You know, but that moves the other 12 points up. You know, so that 169, everything that plus and minus 12 is just floating around Nvidia's number. It just whatever this number is at the end of the day, plus or minus 12. But I mean, they went plus 6. God damn. This is exuberance right here, man. Bro, this is exuberance right here, brr. Brr, brr. This is crazy. I should have ate some breakfast. I woke up hungry as fuck. I just didn't feel like I don't even need to cook because I have leftovers. I got food. I guess I was being lazy. I didn't feel like walking downstairs. All right, okay. I said it. Whatever. Moving on. Oh, I'm fucking starving. Yo, bro, I would love to go back to Hawaii. Hawaii was fun. Hawaii was so much fun. Hawaii was dope. Mm. Mm. It looks like the market wants to do something. That's funny. It looks like it wants to dump. UVIX is going up. VIX is going back up. There's a lot of meat on the bone. If anything is going to get reverted, there's a lot of meat on the bone. This is something. That's something noticeable right there. And this is something to notice. So we, I don't know. I don't want to do too much. I don't want to do too much. But I do want to participate. I should have just threw something out there and participated on the upside, you know, because that trade is just always going to be so clean. You just got to just find it. When they do it, it's going to be clean. And that's just the big thing right there. You just want a good clean hit. Ethereum, Bitcoin getting hit right now. Yeah, we got so much. We got Trump at 12 and minutes at 2. I mean, today is, and that's why that run up. I wish I would have caught that run up. I seen a 40 something dollar contract that it easily went to a buck 60 it easily 3 times. You know, you throw $80 in right there. That's $300, $400 day right there. You done. No, that's 6. That's 6. That joint went up damn near 2. Come on, man. 250, 260 for $40. You see, usually I don't be calling for shit, but I need this shit to dump. So I think this was NVIDIA's earnings. I think this is NVIDIA's earnings. I think that was the earnings right there. You know, they're giving a lot of exuberance to the upside right now. We all know about exuberance. All those metrics moved. All of those metrics moved with NVIDIA, with this pump. Hmm. Remember, NVIDIA still got to close that gap to the downside. It has tons of gaps to the up above it, but today, remember, it has a big gap right here too. So, yeah, there's that. There is that. Is this really going to tomorrow? I mean, okay, but it can do, easily. It can gap up tomorrow without even seeing this downside gap today, and then keep running up. And then this is the new bottom, but how high can it go before it has to come back down and clear this gap down here? Right? That's a scenario. Another scenario is we fill the gap today and then it runs up tomorrow. Interesting. I mean, that can lead, for us to drop today, to go back down, then that can forecast going in tomorrow a sell off, or it can reverse, of course. I guess we could pay attention to what NVIDIA does with this gap today. Hmm. So I was thinking that they might do the same thing that they did today and take us right back to open and print. Open and print. So there's a good chance they might take us right back down to open and print 660. And there's a better chance we can go below that. And that's why they hit us so high this morning, because Trump is going to probably try and come and save the market because he knows that FOMC is going to tank the market. Let's fucking do it. I think that's it. I think that's the move. I mean, I'm leveraged out both ways for, so I mean, this thing pop. I just want to make sure, I lean into the right side. If I have two contracts going to the one side I want to go, then I want to have one contract to protect me, that if we go the opposite side, that one contract is going to pay for those two contracts. And definitely those two contracts is going to pay for that one contract, and is going to, we can, make more money. Your leverage, I mean, your insurance, you got to be okay for your insurance going to zero. You got to be okay with your insurance going to zero. All right, so at worst, we can look for a 50% retracement. So this went from 660 to 667, so 350. 350. So 350 both sides is still going to be 350. So that's 350 for 50% retracement. You put your shorts in? Did you play any shorts? I'm keeping them. I don't think we're gonna have as much fun as they had on this side. This was a party. I don't think we're gonna party like that. I don't know. We're gonna get a little get together. We're gonna have a shindig, but I don't think we're gonna party all like that. Four contracts. This 665 put got at 167. The 665. You got those. Those are kind of expensive. Did you get your short up top? Yeah, right at the top, basically. All right, good stuff. All right, so you're doing really well then, because my contracts are kicking ass. Your contracts hit way over 100%. And look, you see, we still got at least $2 more. Damn, can you imagine if we would have called it on the one side too? Can you imagine that? Oh my god. We wanna count that. Both sides. And I seen it on the one side. I seen the calls on the one side and I didn't take it. I seen that $44 call. All right, so Elon is live right now. Elon is I think talking about with the Saudis or something. All right, here we go. All right, so this is more than 50% on the fib. Okay. But we still have this gap. We still have this gap. We still have this gap. Okay, there you go. I was just a little bit too high. So can you imagine? Dude, this is dude, 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 dude. I passed it. Right there, boom. 181. 181. Now we've retraced more than 50%. This is more than the 50. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is more than a 50% retracement right here. You know. So I'm looking for us to really, really retrace. What was that? So that was a nasty blip. This could be the add-on going down. You see how we hit something like that, hit something like that. Like you're going to hit those things. You know, it's the follow through. That's when you're going to have to start cutting your losses and selling on that part. Bitcoin below 90. I saw it too, bro. Wish I played something, but was too late for me. Was going to get the 663 break, but didn't pull the trigger. I didn't pull that trigger either. I wish I would have. Because if you would have been talking about it, I wouldn't talking about it. Then that would have gave me confidence if we were looking at the same play. That's enough confidence for me. All right, so it's 11. So we've been dropping ever since 10. What was that? 10:10? 18. 18. Uh, yo, what? Oh my God. Why does it do that? That's stupid. Uh, 663 was previous support. Okay. All right, so it looks like NVIDIA and SPY has decoupled. They have decoupled, unless I'm looking at the wrong time frames. No, that's a decoupling. That is a decoupling. Look at that. Mmm. Mmm. The Wow. There is no way I can watch. I can call out two plays. I have pretty nice call outs, and I missed that second call out. That first call out killed me. Like this killed me. That killed me right there. Not participating in that. 4 p.m. Oh my god. Sold most of my contracts, have one runner. Okay, awesome. Looking to see what happens when Trump gets on. Okay, awesome. Wow, Bitcoin 90K. Yo, somebody said NVIDIA 250 after earnings. I don't know. He said over 250 tomorrow. Bro, over 250? Let me see my contracts. Let me see. What if my contracts hit? What if this price hit 250 tomorrow? 250? Uh, let's take a look at these. Yo, bro, if Nvidia hit 250 tomorrow, yo, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. There's no way. That would be crazy. I mean, of course you want your shit to go. Are you serious? 250? Bro, stop. 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 250. Stop. We would be all right. Fuck around that AMD hit 250. We would be all right. We'd be all right for a minute. We would be all right for a minute. But I don't think that's plausible. All right. All right. Looking to see what happens when Trump get on. Yeah. We're going up. All right. It's going down more. All right. All right. Well, you know, we have our levels. We're playing our levels. You know, we're making money. And that's all that counts. Oh, this is on CNBC Live. Jensen is live with Elon. Yeah, I do want to watch this. Saudi Investment Forum. The U.S. Saudi invest. Yo, they killed the U.S. journalists, an American journalist on American soil, and they're doing business with these people. God damn, that's crazy, man. Mm. 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 Crazy. All right, you know what's crazy? Me not eating. Brother man gotta go get some food. There's so much information I want to watch. So much information. So they had to do this the day before their earnings. I don't know. I don't know. I think if I was trying to soften the cushion, soften the blow, I would try and advertise too. Elon is high. So I said Elon is high. I don't know. How you gonna be so rich and so goofy? Just goofy. I'm laughing all the time. Nothing funny. You didn't say nothing funny, man. What the fuck? Elon be laughing about shit that a joke that was said like 3 years ago, just randomly in the middle of talking to him up. You know, out of nowhere, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, with the AI," and he does like his weird shit, and he's like, "Oh no, just a thought that 3 years ago, I was I was at a bar, and I was talking to this robot, and he's so goofy." All right, we have a new low of day, 11:13. All right, so we've been dropping since 10:18. Is this what our metrics are saying? 10:18, and then we had a drop, then we had another drop, 11 a.m., 11 a.m., and then another one, 11:13. All right, our notes are on point today, and the structure change is just going to be boom. We see where it's at. All right, our notes are getting better. Our notes are getting better. All right, so we're in the consolidation range of the day, and they have it tight. It is tight so far. So I guess the range really isn't bust open yet. I see people talking about other stuff. Microsoft down, Meta down, big push on Google. That was what's the name though? Berkshire, and other people following in on that play right there. Whoa! Ooh, big question to ask. Someone asked Jensen if they're going to have an AI bubble. Oh, God. Don't get defensive. Moore's Law. Ah, cook us a green candle, baby. That's funny. Jensen is our Santa Claus rally. Just to run around. Oh. Uh, uh, what a question today. What a question. He's beating around the bush. No way. Oh, oh, oh. Market didn't like that. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, can't find it. Oh, you know I can do it. I know how I can do it. I can't find it, but I can. Is this it? This is it.
Likely because you have so many ideas,
Is that it?
you'll have
Okay.
more time to go pursue things. It is my guess that Elon will be busier as a result of AI. I'm going to be busier as a result of AI. And the reason for that is because we have so many ideas we want to pursue, so many things
Bro!
that we still have in our backlog inside our company that we can
Elon
pursue. If we were more
has many great
productive,
ideas.
we can get to those things faster. And so in the near term, I would say that there's every evidence that we will be more productive and yet still be busier because we have so many ideas. One thing that I will say, give you some evidence, is that
I knew I should have bought more of
and I
those
was just
fucking
telling Elon
contracts,
about this earlier.
motherfuckers.
Radiology, for example, has largely
Knew I should have
been
bought more of those.
converted
Shit.
to AI-driven radiology, and there's some really great companies doing that. And the surprising thing is the prediction that all radiologists would be the first jobs to go was exactly the opposite. The trend shows that there are more radiologists being hired now as a result of AI. And the reason for that, if you take a step back, it's because the goal of a radiologist is not to study the images. The goal of a radiologist is to diagnose a disease. Now the studying of the images became so productive they could study more images, study more modalities, spend more time with the patients. And as a result, they're actually accepting more patients. We're doing more radiology all around the world. We're doing a better job with diagnosing disease. And so that's kind of the near-term
how's your
outcome
contracts doing?
of
Oh, my
AI
contracts are
and
money.
productivity. And we'll see what happens long term.
Jensen is scared if he says yes. Oh, so you're watching it
when
too?
currency doesn't matter anymore, just let me know right before.
You'll see it coming. You'll see it coming.
We text often, so just
yeah, we do.
Yeah, just text it out.
Well,
Yeah, let me know.
I kind of agree with both of you, because if you look at every technological trend, every general purpose technology has been net new positive for the globe, for humanity, and so forth. And let me share with you two case studies.
And Your Excellency, I think it's precisely the reason for that is because all the great ideas from innovators like Elon, you have so many good ideas that
And
AI,
Jensen as well.
Yeah, well,
Indeed.
thank you.
So let me share with you two stories from two Saudi innovators in collaboration with a lot of the great work that NVIDIA does, that Grok does. One is Professor Omar Yagi. All right. Let me say that again. One is Professor Omar Yagi, who is...
I might need to move the mic.
Oh yeah, that's making Elon
Let's
short
share this
circuit.
one.
That's making him short circuit. He's like, no.
Let's try this one more time. So one of them is Professor Omar Yagi, who's the first American Saudi to win a Nobel Prize in creating new chemistry. And the way he has done that, he has leveraged your AI accelerators and models like Grok to be able to create new chemistry when it comes to metal organic frameworks. Those are metal ions that are positively charged with organic linkers to be able to effectively create a sponge with 0.33 nanometers pores to capture water from air and also to capture carbon dioxide. The second story has also to do with AI accelerated by NVIDIA and with models like Grok, which is nanopalm, which is effectively creating a nanorobot 500 nanometers by 1,000 nanometers to be able to do gene editing, leveraging the CRISPR technology to take out sickle cell disease. Now, in both these instances, they originated 20 years ago in research, but AI was able to really accelerate the outcomes and the outputs such that we can move into new value pools. So I think with every technological trend, humanity is going to always manage to shift to new value pools when it comes to workforce and productivity. But we have some great announcements to talk about here today. Let's begin with you, Elon, the things that we're doing with XAI.
Yeah, we're excited to announce that we're doing a 500 megawatt. I mean, yeah, 500. Sorry.
500 megawatt.
500 megawatt. Yeah.
We're doing
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Not
This.
quite,
Yeah. No, it's 500 gigawatt one. We'll have to wait. That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Stop that.
Oh, he said, stop that. I got earnings. Coming up, boy.
We're doing
I got earnings. You better stop that.
Saudi Arabia are doing
Humane, 500 megawatts.
He said,
50 megawatts
stop
phase one.
that.
And we're doing it with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Humane team, to Targ and team. Such a fantastic
Do all that joke shit over there on
Jensen,
X
we're also doing some great
and
announcements,
Tesla.
this week.
Don't bring that over here, man.
We're announcing all kinds of
Jensen
things.
about this bread, bruh.
Partnership with Humane is going incredibly well. First
Jensen
of all,
about this bread, bruh.
We work together to get this company started and off the ground, and just got an incredible customer with Elon. Could you imagine a startup company, approximately $0 billion in revenues, now going to build a data center for Elon? 500 megawatts is gigantic. This company is off the charts right away. In addition to that, we're working AWS, as you know, is also
Congratulations to the Humane team with AWS, starting with 100 megawatts with a gigawatt ambition and counting.
So AWS is also coming to Humane. We're working with Humane on omniverse digital twins. As you know, that AI is not just, just agentic AI and chatbots and cognitive AI is incredibly important to the world. But AI applies to everything.
Cognitive
and
AI.
And genes and physics and fluid dynamics and particles.
Yo,
and
Bitcoin under
We created this world
89,000.
called Omniverse, where robots can learn how to be
Wow, the
and,
lowest
it's
point
physically based, it obeys the laws of physics.
in a year.
So robots can learn in these environments, and we're working with Humane to apply Omniverse.
Last time it was this low was April 8th,
factories and
2025.
robotics and warehouses and
Okay.
things like that. And so that's another.
Oh wow,
we're
so
also working,
April
in
6th.
Saudi Arabia to build
Damn.
supercomputers to simulate quantum
Damn, she
computing.
almost doubled. That's crazy.
And using our
Well, that's
computers
Bitcoin.
to be the controller and error
AMD
correction,
came right back down below
requires
print.
an enormous amount of computation.
And Tesla
So we're doing a lot of great work there too.
slightly
So
above.
a big partnership with Humane. They're off the charts,
IWMQ's
off the ground
down.
and off the charts at the
Inverse
same time.
V,
This is how
NVIDIA
we
inverse
walk the
V.
talk in the Kingdom of Saudi
Gold.
Arabia in partnership with the U.S.
Just straight down.
Yesterday, the President and His Royal Highness announced the AI strategic
Hood
framework
struggling,
and partnership.
hanging on.
Today, we're going big with Elon and Jensen. So thank you for those
Apple
opportunities.
above print.
Now,
It ran.
they
Oh,
told me
okay,
I
so
have
that was
time
the
for
help.
two last
Apple was
questions.
running
So
pre-market
last night
too.
at
I'm
the
sorry.
dinner,
Yeah.
I got a number
Into the
of
T,
questions
10:30
because
hit
it
lower
seems that
day.
the schedule leaked.
Then everything
And,
fell
everybody was giving
after
me
that. Same
hints
thing
about
with
the last two
Palantir.
questions I'm going to do. So the first one was for you, Elon, and there's a big one for you, Jensen. So prepare for that one. AI in space, is that possible?
Yes. If civilization continues, which it probably will, then AI in space is inevitable. I always have to preface that. We shouldn't take civilization for granted. We need to make sure to take care to ensure that civilization has an upward arc. I mean, any student of history knows that civilization does not always have an upward arc, and in fact, civilizations have life cycles. So hopefully we are in a strong upward arc. I think we are for now, but we don't want to take that for granted or be complacent. But the way to think of AI in space is that in order to achieve any meaningful percentage of a Kardashev-2 scale civilization, where you're using even a millionth of the sun's energy, you must have solar-powered AI satellites in deep space.
Yeah.
So that once you realize, once you think in terms of a Kardashev-2 scale civilization, which is what percentage of the sun's energy are you turning into useful work?
Yeah, that's how civilizations are classified on like a solar scale.
Overwhelmingly.
How much of their sun can they use to power?
Roughly 1/2 billionth of the Earth only receives roughly 1/2 billionth of the sun's energy. So if you want to have something that is, say, 1 million times more energy than Earth could possibly produce, you must go into space. So this is where it's kind of handy to have a space company, I guess. Sell the book.
Easier to cool chips in space too.
Yes.
Easier to cool chips in space. Yeah.
Yes, there's definitely no water in space, so you're gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
That doesn't involve water.
Just hang out.
Well, you just got to radiate.
That's right.
So my estimate is that actually that the cost of electricity, like the cost effectiveness of AI in space will be overwhelmingly better than AI on the ground. So far, long before you
because they can do things we can't, and they can.
Sources on Earth,
It would be able to fix its own
before AI,
components.
I think even perhaps in the
with our
4 or
help
5
and
year
on its
timeframe,
own.
the lowest cost way to do AI compute will be with solar-powered AI satellites. So I'd say not more than 5 years from now.
Wow. And just look at the supercomputers we're building together. Let's say each one of the racks is 2 tons. Out of that 2 tons, 1.95 of it is probably for cooling.
Right.
Just imagine how tiny that little supercomputer is, right? Each one of these GB300 racks will just be a little tiny thing.
And just electricity generation is already becoming a challenge. So if you start doing any kind of scaling for both electricity generation and cooling, you realize, okay, space is incredibly compelling. So, like, let's say you wanted to do, I don't know, 200 or 300 gigawatts per year of AI compute. Yeah. It's very difficult to do that on Earth. So the U.S. average electricity usage, last time I checked, was around 460 gigawatts per year average usage. So something like, say, at 300, if you're doing 300 gigawatts a year, that would be like 2/3 of U.S. electricity production per year. Yeah. There's no way you're building power plants at that level. And then if you take it up to, say, a terawatt per year, impossible. Yeah. Like, you have to do that in space. There just is no way to do a terawatt per year on Earth. And in space, you've got continuous solar. You've got
infinite space.
You actually don't need batteries because it's always sunny in space.
That's right, exactly.
And the solar panels actually become cheaper because you don't need glass or framing. And the cooling is just radiative. So that's why I think...
That's the dream.
Yes.
That's the dream.
So Jensen, everybody last night was asking me, and I'm mindful it's earnings call for you today. So I'm going to say this delicately. Everybody has been asking me to ask you, are we going to have an AI bubble?
That's the last question. All right, let's... No. Let me just tell you what we see.
I switched over, so I couldn't hear the full answer.
When you look at what's happening around the world and go back to first principles of what's happening in computer science and computing, there are three things that's happening. The first thing is that we all know that Moore's law has run its course, and the amount of demand for computing versus the amount of computation we can get out of general purpose computing is really challenging. And so the world's been moving to accelerated computing for some time. We've been pushing this now for over 20 years. Let me give you one statistic.
I have the Trump John lined up too.
6 years ago, CPUs were 90% of the world's supercomputers, top 500 supercomputers. 6 years ago. This year, less than 15%. Went from 90% to 10%, and meanwhile, accelerated computing went from the other way, 10% to now 90%. Okay, so you're seeing that inflection point, the transition in high-performance computing from general-purpose computing to accelerated computing. Well, one of the most data-intensive, one of the most intensive computation things that the world does in cloud is data processing.
Wow, crazy day so far.
$100 billion
I know it's going to be crazy.
On just raw data processing. It has nothing to do with AI. Just SQL processing, data frames, everybody's names, address, their sex, their age, where they live, how much money they make. All of that sits into a data frame, and that data frame drives the world today, whether it's in banking or whether it's in credit cards or, of course, e-commerce and everything from ad recommendation. And everything is driven off of that data frame. That data frame costs hundreds of billions of dollars to go compute. And so that's the number one thing, end of Moore's law. The second thing is generative AI. The most important application of the last 15 years is called REXs, recommender systems. How do we know?
Thank you, bro. 100. You're welcome, man.
To us in a social feed.
How'd you do so far today?
To recommend to somebody, what book to recommend.
Oh, well, if you still got that one contract, the one contract is still doing well.
Without a recommender system, that little tiny of us will have no chance of ever seeing the right information.
That
REXs is the engine of the internet today. That's going generative AI.
There you go, D663. Oh yeah.
Which then says the third thing, if you just look at those two applications, many of the internet companies can build an enormous number of GPU supercomputers just doing that. Of course, then it creates the third opportunity on top of it, which is agentic AI. This is Grok, and this is OpenAI, this is Anthropic, this is Gemini. Agentic AI sits on top of that. But don't forget to think about what is happening underneath what everybody sees as AI today. There's a whole movement of computing from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. And that, if you take that into consideration, you'll come to the conclusion that, in fact, what is left over to fuel that revolutionary agentic AI is not only substantially less than you thought, and all of it justified.
Well, I was just informed by the team that my boss and your bosses is going to talk next, the Honorable President and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and hence we ran out of time. But in essence, this is so much love for you, Elon and Jensen. But this, in essence, is a 92 alliance that shifted from energy to digital to the intelligence age, powered by pioneers such as Elon and Jensen, to serve humanity and create on a net new basis new economies, new jobs, and a better future for humanity, powered by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States. Thank you for a lifetime partnership and friendship. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Jensen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we just heard was a conversation about the future of technology spoken by the people building it. To His Excellency Abdullah Swaha, Elon Musk, and Jensen Huang, thank you for a conversation that did more than this.
All right, that was that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be like playing.
All right, and now we're just waiting over here for this. Well, that was interesting. AI, yeah, there's a lot of cool things going on in space right now. You know, there's stars out there that make our star look like a baby. Like I think Beetlejuice, I think you can fit like 1,000 of our suns. Well, yeah, I guess yeah, our sun, our star inside of that star. Like it's crazy. And you know, stars are always blowing up. You know, but between their gravity and their explosions, that's why they stay in that sort of circular. Which I'm out of all my contracts now. Okay, you're out of them all. I was waiting to see what was gonna go down. I was gonna see what's up with Trump, but you know how that go. Yeah, we still got Trump. I think I'm gonna go grab me a bite right now. It's 11:46. Our data point is at 12. He might come out at 1. I don't think he's gonna come out on time. I don't think he's gonna come out on time. Yeah, that's crazy. Clean up, clean down. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I'll be right back. I'm back. I was just munching. Hmm. Okay, so he has to. So he's there. So
Your
he
Royal
has to be on
Highness,
time.
we now invite you to deliver your remarks. The floor
He
is
has
yours.
to be on
سمو
time.
سيدي الكلمة لك.
So it's not like he can be late. All right, so this is not like, okay.
الرئيس دونالد ترامب، حضور الكرام، يسعدنا نلتقي بكم اليوم في واشنطن بعد 6 أشهر من انعقاد منتدى الاستثمار السعودي الأمريكي في الرياض، الذي انعقد خلال زيارتكم فخامة الرئيس، حيث وضعنا الأسس لشراكة تقوم على النمو والتنويع الاقتصادي والابتكار، كما وقعنا وثيقة الشراكة الاقتصادية الاستراتيجية بين بلدينا في خطوة تاريخية لترسيخ التعاون الاقتصادي. واليوم يسرنا توقيع اتفاقيات ومشروعات استثمارية جديدة تتضمن قطاعات الدفاع والطاقة والذكاء الاصطناعي والمعادن النادرة والقطاع المالي، مما سيسهم في توطيد فرص وتوظيف فرص وظيفية كثيرة في بلدينا والنمو الاقتصادي في بلدينا. ونتطلع إلى أن يسهم هذا المنتدى لتعزيز العلاقة التاريخية وتطوير مسار الاستثمار بين بلدينا بما يواكب طموحاتنا، وادعوكم إلى اغتنام الفرص الجاذبة التي توفرها الشراكة السعودية الأمريكية. واشكر فخامتكم
How did
على
they
اهتمامكم
amass
بتعزيز
all
الشراكة
that money?
الاقتصادية، والتي نثق أنها ستشهد نمو غير مسبوق خلال السنوات القادمة. شكرا فخامتكم.
Well, thank you very much. And it's great to be here today at the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum. Great group of people. The biggest, you got the biggest in the room. But some of the most talented, maybe most importantly, the word talent, successful and innovative business leaders anywhere on the planet. Whether you have come from near or far, we're delighted to have you invest right here in the hottest country anywhere in the world. Every leader is saying the United States, we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way too. But this has been, according to those that seem to say it, and I will say it, I would never say a thing like that because I want to be very modest. I always want to be modest as I can. They say this has been the best 9 months that any president has ever had. I'd say that's pretty good, right? But we've had a great 9 months. Now we have to do it more than a few more times. We just have to keep it going. We'll keep it going. I want to thank my friend, a great gentleman, Crown Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, for his bold leadership and deep commitment to the ties between our two countries. Thank you. Thank you. Great gentleman. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal visit at the White House celebrating the 80-year bond between the United States and Saudi Arabia. We ended with an unbelievable show last night in a room that was far too small, but the next time you're here, you'll have a much bigger room. It's going to be much bigger. I made more enemies last night by not, we had 119 people. That was a record for the room. So they've wanted for 150 years. They've been clamoring for a ballroom at the White House, and we're giving them one. We're giving them 1+, and it'll be something. But you'll be here. You'll be among the first, if not the first, if you'd like. You know, we'll work it out. But you had a lot of people that wanted to be there. They really would have witnessed something that was really incredible. The entertainment last night was incredible, including our great opera singer, but including the military. The talent and the military musically is also incredible. So it was great to be with you last night. I think it was something to behold. We officially designated the kingdom yesterday as the major non-NATO ally. That's a big deal. That's actually a very big deal. It's a great honor. That happens seldom, very seldom, if at all. So I just want to congratulate you on that. That's a sign of trust. We signed a historic strategic defense agreement yesterday also, and that's something that is likewise very rare, and it's a very honored company that you're in. And we're going to be selling Saudi Arabia some of the greatest military equipment ever built. We build the best military equipment in the world by far. That's why we do the most business, including nearly 300 American-made tanks is what you're buying, among many other things, the airplanes, and we're working on getting that approved very quickly. It's already approved, but don't worry. We have to go through a process. The process will take, Elon knows, the process will take about, would you say 24 hours? I think so. You're in good shape, very good shape. The partnership between our two nations is among the most consequential in the entire world, and together the Crown Prince and I are making an alliance stronger and more powerful than it's ever been before. We've had good relationships and frankly not good. You didn't have a good relationship with Barack Hussein Obama. You didn't have a good relationship with Sleepy Joe Biden. But you had a great relationship with me, and now it's as good as it was, and probably even better if you think about it, because we took the dark cloud away from your country. It was called Iran and its nuclear capability, and we obliterated that very quickly and strongly and powerfully. But that was a real cloud over the whole Middle East, and now they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They want to see if they can work out a deal with us, and we'll be doing that probably. But that was a terrible cloud that you had to live with for a long time. 22 years they were thinking about doing that, the B-2s. That was even before the B-2s. Those B-2s, what machines they were, they flew in, they were undetectable, and they dropped their payload, and every single bomb hit its exact mark, which was a shaft going deep into the mountain. And every single one of them hit, and it was total obliteration. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news for saying the word obliteration was too strong, perhaps. They had no idea. Nobody saw it. 3 days later, when the Atomic Energy Commission went, they said it was total obliteration, beyond obliteration, they said. But they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. This week, our countries also signed groundbreaking agreements on civil nuclear energy, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. And I want to congratulate a lot of the great American leaders, business leaders that are in the room. And you'll do a great job for Saudi Arabia and for a lot of other people in the room that are buying your product, taking your product, and using your product. All of that is in addition to the $600 billion investment in the United States that Saudi Arabia announced during my unforgettable visit there last spring. Well, I said, could you try and get that up to $1 trillion? And yesterday, the Crown Prince announced that the number that they'll be investing in the United States is $1 trillion. So that's really an honor. And we just took a picture backstage with some of the great business leaders and some of the great people, friends of mine from your country, and beautiful picture. And while we were taking the picture, I said, could you make it 1.5 trillion? So he's got something to think about. I don't know. We'll get something. I think we'll get something, Scott, right? But many of you in the room are playing a key role in making these projects happen, and we're told that $270 billion in agreements and sales are being signed between dozens of companies, and that's just happening today, $270 billion. That's big stuff. So on behalf of the thousands of American workers who I care about most, I want to thank you for bringing all those jobs and all those great opportunities to America and bringing great wealth to America. We've become a very wealthy country. We have a couple of little things. We're waiting for a decision. We hope it's going to be good, but if it's not, we always find ways, we find ways. And we're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them in the opposite direction. But now you do, and we have taken in trillions of dollars, and it's been...
He don't want to say the word tariff, if you notice. Usually he would tariff,
dividend,
tariff, tariff.
low and middle.
And then somebody give him the thumbs up that the market sank
At
enough.
least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt very substantially. It's the kind of money we're taking in. And really, countries that took advantage of us are no longer taking advantage of us. Friends, some of our friends treated us far worse than our enemies on trade anyway, and we've got that all straightened out. And everybody's happy. They respect us again. You know, it's like one of those things. I think they like us better, and they actually respect us, and it works out much better for us, too. But I especially want to thank our numerous Saudi friends here today, including the ambassador to the United States, a friend of mine, Princess Rima. Thank you very much. Great job. Great representative you have. You sent a good representative. And many distinguished ministers and members of the cabinet, governor of the Public Investment Fund. Where's Yasser? Yasser's here someplace. Sometimes I can't, I see him dressed both ways. I don't know. It's cooler that way. I'd dress that way if I could. Yasser's terrific. He's a terrific man, actually. So thank you very much, Yasser. And Secretary Scott Bessent, who's been fantastic. Where's Scott? We're thinking about him for the Fed, but he wants no part of it. He likes being Secretary of the Treasury. I think we'll leave him. So let's cross your name off, right? Officially, right? Remember, you said that. I love the Fed job. To me, it's the easiest job in the world. You play golf for 28, 29 days, then you go and make a little speech, tell everybody, in the case of the current guy, the wrong information because he has no clue. But if you have good instincts, you know, it's all based on instincts. I see they want to hire 3,000 economists, 3,000, to report to the Fed chairman. What are they going to do? Take all this information? 3,000 economists. That's why they're spending $4 billion on renovating a building that should have cost $25 million to do. They should have spent $25 million. They're building a basement into the Potomac River. I could have told them that's very tough to do and it doesn't work and it's very expensive. But they're up to $4 billion headed by this clown. But we have 3,000. Think of it. They want to hire 3,000 economists. So they took a poll, and they interviewed 71 people. And of the 71 people, 2 people got it right. 2 people. One was a great economist whose name I won't tell you because I don't like him personally, but he is good. And the other one that got it the most right was a man named President Donald J. Trump. Do you believe it? Everyone else was wrong. And I didn't have an economist. Why, it's Scott. But we got it right, didn't we? Huh? We got everything right. Doug Burgum, where's Doug? Will you please drill a little bit faster? Between him and I'll tell you, you and Chris. Chris was great on television. And he's setting records. They're setting records. But I'll never be satisfied. Drill, you know, we got elected. Drill we must, I called it. Drill, baby, drill. Con Edison, a great utility from New York many years ago, they used to have it said, drill we must and dig we must. So when they were digging in a road, they'd have a sign, dig we must. Well, now we're putting those utilities to shame because I'm allowing all of those AI plants that are being built to build their own electric generating force, and they're building them like nobody's ever seen, and they're coming up with ideas and new contraptions like nobody's ever seen. And this way they can't blame me for not producing electric. I said, you produce it yourself. And actually they didn't believe I was saying that because nobody ever thought of a thing like that. They're building a massive plant. They were going to hook it up to a 200-year-old grid. And you know that wasn't going to work because there's no way of doing that. No way we could have done that. And I had the idea. This was my idea, approved by a couple of people. I said, why wouldn't that happen? They're building a plant for $50 billion. You know, if you build a shopping center for $50 million, it's okay. It's not a bad shopping center. $500 million, you're talking about top of the line. $50 billion. So when it was first explained they're spending $50 billion, I said, no, you mean 50 million. No, sir, we mean 50 billion. And then I saw some of them that were the size of Manhattan. I said, they did mean 50 billion. And I said, well, what you're going to do is with that, How would you like to build your own electric generating plant? And they looked at me like I was crazy, because something like that, they really didn't understand it. The smart guys, they didn't understand it. They said to me at the next meeting, sir, the biggest problem we have will be electricity. I said, you don't understand. I told you last week, you're going to build your own. I'm giving you approval to build your own plant, and you will be approved within a period of 2 to 3 weeks. It used to take 20 years prior to termination. In other words, you would wait 20 years and you wouldn't make it. You'd be voted down 5 to 4. I said, we're getting you approved in a 2-week, 3-week period. In fact, Lee Zeldin, one of the superstars of this administration, I said, Lee, if it's oil and gas, get them approved in 2 weeks. If it's nuclear, add another week. Because some are going nuclear, and they're doing, be careful. They better be careful. But they are going to be careful. They're the greatest people in the world. So now they come back and they actually believed it. And now they're being approved rapidly. And we have things being built, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. We're leading China by a lot in AI. And we're also bringing auto plants in from Canada and from Mexico. They took them, and they're all coming back. They're all coming back because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, I mean, they like the fact that we won the election by a landslide on November 5th. That helped. But they're all coming back, and they're coming back from Germany and Japan. Toyota just announced, as you know, $10 billion worth of new plants. They just announced it last week. I went to various countries, and Japan was one of them. And Toyota's coming in with a $10 billion investment in 4 or 5 plants. Now, we're going to be more advanced than we were. So we led the car industry like 100% 50 years ago. We led the chip industry 30, 40 years ago. We had 100%. Then people came in and started taking it. I don't blame them, Taiwan, et cetera. They took 100% because we had no president that protected our industry. If we would have said, it's wonderful that you're going to Taiwan, we think it's great, but when you sell your product back into this country, there will be a 250% tariff. Nobody would have left. Nobody would have left. And Intel would have been a giant. Intel would have been, where's Jensen? Intel would have blown, well, he now owns a big chunk of Intel. He's got it figured all different ways. Where are you, Jensen? Stand up. You have done such a good job. And you had a good 2 days, I understand, right? A good 2 days. How's Blackwell doing, okay? Any recent competitors? Anybody going to blow Blackwell away in the next week? They say 10 years. I don't know, maybe 2 years, 3 years. But you will not be stopping there. You'll be going further fast, right? An amazing job you've done. I want to thank Howard Lutnick and Christy Noem for being here. Christy, Howard. Good job. Really good job. My daughter Tiffany's here with her great husband, Michael. Thank you very much, Tiffany. Thank you, honey. She was a great student. She went to Georgetown. She was a great, great student, and she finished really right at the top, and we were proud of you. And she was so proud, and her graduation got canceled because of COVID. But I say if her name were something else, they probably wouldn't have canceled it. They didn't like that she did so well in school. They weren't happy about it. I say they canceled your graduation because you were a great student, and they didn't want, but other than that, I have no problems. You see, I don't take anything personally. Anyway, great job. And of course, hundreds of the top minds in technology, finance, and private enterprise from both Saudi Arabia and the United States. But my message to all of the leaders and investors with us today, and they are the best in the world, is very simple. Under the Trump administration, America is back and America is open for business, and America is actually stronger than it's ever been before, ever. We rebuilt the military in my first term. Foolishly, we gave a little bit to Afghanistan, but not very much compared to what we built. But now we're building it at levels that we've never done before. And in addition to that, we're sending a lot out to our allies, and we're making it possible for them to get it. I want those companies to build more plants, to build it faster. We want them to build it faster. The biggest problem we have is we have a backlog because it's so good. Every country wants our missiles, our jets. They want everything we have, and we got to go faster. We just have a new plane, the F-47. It won a very strong competition. It's the newest, and that was won by Boeing. By the way, Boeing is doing an amazing job of coming back. Kelly is doing a great job. They're really moving, and it's really great to see. But they won the competition for the jet fighter, and they say it reaches levels that has never been reached, both in terms of stealth and speed and everything else that they go by. So they're just completing their factory, and they've already started work on the F-47. How did that number get chosen? I don't know, but I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. It was said, "Sir, we'd like to present you with the F-47." I said, "That's an unusual number. How did you pick that number?" After 4 years of economic nightmares under the previous regime, Sleepy Joe Biden, he was a sleepy guy, wasn't he? Think he would have been here today? I don't think so. Americans have rejected the failed, and they were really failed, far left models that you were looking at of high taxes and massive spending, soaring costs, crushing regulations, and trillions of dollars in green new scams. Everything was a new scam, green, green, green. Look, I'm all for the environmental, everything. I'm all for climate change. You know, they have new word, climate change. It used to be global warming. It's global warming. Well, that didn't work because it started coming down. They did the global cooling thing. Then they just said, we can't keep up with this. It's too much. So we'll go, perfect words, climate change. They're covered. If it rains, if it snows, if it's warm, it's climate change is destroying the world. Remember? The world was supposed to have been gone 2 years ago. They gave us 12 years, Howard, to live, right? 12 years. But that was 14 years ago. The world was going to burn up, but it got actually much cooler. They know these people. It's a little conspiracy out there. We have to investigate them immediately. They probably are being investigated. Their policies punished success, rewarded failure, and produced disaster, including the worst inflation in our country's history. We had the worst inflation in history, and now we have a beautiful normal inflation. It's going to come down over the next few months a little bit more, but we have a nice normal inflation. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 9 months ago, our country was dead, but now America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. I don't care what country.
Look at that range.
America is the hottest country.
This is tight.
And we did this in a period of
This is tight,
9
boy.
months. We're a little longer than that, but it took me about 2 weeks to get started. We're rewarding those
But that's going to
who
be
build
it.
and create,
It's going to
invent,
break.
and invest in the USA. And you know, our I call it the great, big, beautiful bill. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And Scott and I and all of us, we sat down and we said, let's do it, along with the Speaker and John Thune and everybody. Said, let's do it all in one bill. And a lot of people were they said, you'll never get it approved. And we didn't have a huge majority. We had a huge presidential win. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But the one thing, we won one, it's called districts. The country has districts. And we won in terms of districts 2,750 to 550. And that's why when you see the map of the election, it's the whole country, it's all red. And it's pretty amazing. 2 little blue streaks on the right and on the left. And they're very little and getting smaller. But it's been pretty amazing. But in 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America. So think of that. He did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. And in 9 months, we've done more than $18 trillion, okay? That's called success. And we think that by the end of the first year, it'll be over $20 trillion. So, and thank you very much. You helped with that little boost you gave us, that little increase. We appreciate it so much. We appreciate you. So as just one example, under the deals being signed this week, workers at GE Aerospace, I think he's here. Where is he? Stand up. What a job you've done with your new engines. And where are you? You're there. It's not a very good location for you. I thought you have been amazing. Great new engine that's supposed to be more efficient, more powerful, and less costly. That's not a bad combination. But GE Aerospace will soon be delivering dozens of new airplane engines for 787 Dreamliners in Saudi Arabia's commercial fleet. Big order. It was a big order just secured. Every new job and every new factory created by these announcements builds up our middle class and really strengthens the industrial backbone of America. And, I view it differently. I used to view it as it's great, great, great. The stock goes up. I view it, everything as jobs now because I don't care. I care about jobs. And we have more jobs. It was just announced. We have more jobs right now than we've ever had in the history of our country. Those are big numbers. It's like crazy. It's just a great stat. More jobs today than we've ever had in the history of our country. And we're going to be producing a lot more coming. In my first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're do it again. But this is really bigger and better and stronger. The first term, we had what was considered the best economy that any president has ever had. That's nice. And we got hit with COVID, remember? And we did a great job with COVID, but that was a horrible thing for the whole world. The whole world suffered. Your country suffered. Everybody suffered. And despite that, we had the greatest economy. And before that, forget it. We blew it off the charts.
I ate a sandwich.
I'll never forget, I met with pollsters the day before I got
They
the
say
news
flossing
about
is the
COVID.
equivalent
I met with two pollsters because we were starting to think about
of wiping
the
your
next
butt.
election. They said, sir,
Your little butt.
George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and they aligned. And they went for the president, vice president as a combination.
Wash your butt.
You'd be beating him by 12
floss your mouth.
points. And then the next day I was told that something strange is happening. There's a lot of death being reported in a certain country. I won't tell you which one because that country is well represented here. But you know which one. And thousands and thousands of people are dying. And I said, that's strange. What would that be? And it turned out to be a disaster for the world. There's, nothing has been seen like that since 1917. I always thought that when I heard, pandemic or anything you want to call it, but I always thought that was like an ancient phenomena, that could never happen in modern times, but it did. But we did a great job with all of the things that we did with the vaccines, with so many of the drugs that we came up with, making you better. Regeneron is an example. Regeneron was fantastic. I give them great credit for what they did. But we did great, and then we started doing the gowns and the masks and the goggles and the
Whoa, meta.
all over the world. We became the king of
Holy
ventilators.
shit.
But what a period of time that was for all of us. But despite that, we had the greatest economy in the history of our we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And I'll tell you, it was an amazing time. But this looks like it's going to be blowing it away because when these plants, which are being built now, and many are going to be started very shortly, but when they open, we're going to see numbers the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And, in some cases, you're building extremely complex plants. You're building plants to make computers and to make telephones, to make a lot of different things, missiles. But you're building plants that make things that are very very detailed, and you have to have great knowledge. And you're coming here and you find if we don't have people that did that before, we are allowing you, and I may take a little heat. I always take a little heat from my people, the people that love me and the people that I love. They happen to be toward the right of center, toward the right. Sometimes they're way right. But if you have to bring people to get those plants opened, we want you to do that, and we want those people to teach our people how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it. they're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome those people. Now, I love my conservative friends. I love MAGA, but this is MAGA. And those people are going to teach our people how to make computer chips, and in a short period of time, our people are going to be doing great, and those people can go home where they probably always want to be. You know, when people are born someplace, they tend to want to go, and we have the greatest country in the world, but they want to go. But they're going to do. We had one case in Georgia where a battery factory. Batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion to build a factory, and they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid. And we worked it out. And now they're teaching our people how to do it. But they're going to have to spend, Jensen, I don't think you can open up a big plant with your friend from Taiwan where we're going to have 40 or 50% of the computer chip business I don't think you can do that with people that don't even know what a chip looks like. Do you agree with that? So somehow, you know, the people that are against this are really, really smart. They're unbelievable patriots, but they just don't understand. Our people have to be taught. This is something they've never done. And we're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring a lot of their people from their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you that are doing the plans, you're going to have all the help you need, and you're going to do a great job. And you're going to teach our people how to do it, and our people are going to be just as good as your people ever were in not such a long period of time. Since the election, the stock market has set, and this is a little more than 9 months, 46 all-time record highs. And the growth is now amazing, and it's lifting up the Americans and American economy like nobody's ever seen before. It's the biggest, there's never been a period of time like this. Wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and real wages for construction workers are up $2,200 a year, and that's good, and that's spending. They're going to spend. They're going to buy many of the things that you're making. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and that's happening rapidly. You know, when we had the problem 2 weeks ago on the SNAP, and they talked about all of this, the numbers. So when I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. You know, they used to go crazy. I'd say rigged election. Nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven. But when I left, that number was $7 billion. Now it's $47 billion. That's Biden. So if you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, he was incompetent, they're all incompetent because their policies are incompetent. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election.
U.S. jobs report rescheduled for December 16th.
Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? Said we wait 2 weeks before. It's almost like you're at a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. The enemy's rushing. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before. But I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And the new weightlifting record for a certain weight was just set. The man was 119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis are sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about transition? They don't do, Yasser, they don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. than when I took office. So we picked up almost 2 million workers, and more Americans are now working, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country. Under Biden, 1 out of every 4 new jobs went to increase the size of the federal government. So in other words, 1 out of 4 was a federal worker. Well, I love our federal workers, but
Oh,
that's
wow.
not the way you can build
We're
a
underneath
culture.
open and
It's
print.
a short road to a
Those
disaster.
660s are killing it.
Under my
I didn't even
administration,
check. Oh, my God.
100%.
Let's go.
of all
Wow.
new
Look at
jobs
that.
created
Bro, I got
came
him
out
up
of the private
there.
sector.
And
In
I
fact,
still held all my
the
contracts.
federal government,
I didn't add on. I don't know why I didn't fucking add on. I'm looking at this fucking. I'm
thousands
looking at this
and hundreds
gap.
of
Oh,
thousands of
no.
jobs
It
in
ate
the
up most of the
federal
gap.
Now,
That's
if I wanted to
crazy.
do something for purely
Where is it?
political reasons,
It's
I'd
right.
say,
Oh, my
Susan,
God. Right there. Where's the
let's
gap?
hire a couple of million federal
Wow.
workers. And you
Wow.
know what happened?
It's at
Unemployment
182.
is
181 is the gap. I mean, 182. This is the high end.
did that.
This is
They
the
used
gap
to
right here.
hire workers in order to fund
Incredible.
the numbers. The federal workers.
Incredible.
By the way, Susie Wells, most powerful woman
Incredible. Well,
anywhere
I'm
in
going to
the
book
world
that.
by the biggest, most
I'm
important
going to
magazine.
book
Susie
that.
Wells, she had her father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer.
I did some
who was a
shopping
great
up
football
top
player, became an even
for
greater
tomorrow.
voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful
Sick.
woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone
Sick.
call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie.
Boom,
You
boom.
feel good about the job you're doing? Huh? She's never
Let's
gonna
take a
be
look at these
satisfied.
puppies.
She's doing a great job. We're also making incredible strides to make America.
Let's go.
That they're using affordability.
Let's go.
The worst inflation in history.
Give me that. Yeah. Give me all that.
Is our stock
Yeah.
market.
Yeah.
We're bringing prices
All right,
down.
bet.
But they came up with a new word, affordability.
I didn't look. I'm like,
And they look at the. We are
like my
all about
metrics are like
affordability.
on. It's just sometimes, I guess sometimes I am like to pull in the fucking trigger.
If you look
Like I
at
have all my
the
metrics and
numbers
everything
since I took
down. I do my
office,
homework.
inflation is now below
You know, I do all that
2.7%.
stuff. You
It
know,
was at numbers that nobody had ever seen before.
like this
With
shit
that Walmart
is
just
supposed to be like
that the
this.
cost of their standard
I just hate that
Thanksgiving
you gotta
meal
sweat.
is reduced by
Let's go. All the other,
20%
let's
this year
fucking
from
go.
last year. So they make, look, the Democrats, I don't know, some of you are probably liberal Democrats. I don't know about in your country. I don't know if you know that word, liberal. The word liberal doesn't exist. But they have a new word now. You can't use liberal, you have to use the word progressive. And I don't like using it. It's a beautiful word, progressive. Progressive, that's not them. They're regressive. No, they're regressive. Think of it. So if I don't get in, we have $20 trillion. Let's say she gets in. Instead of $20 trillion, you'd lose $10 trillion, and your welfare and other benefits would go up by 30%. Look at SNAP. Look at what happened there. From 7 million to 47. From 7 billion to 47 billion. It would be that. So we would lose business. Countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee, and all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country, and I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble, and I don't want to get him in trouble, but that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. Most respected man, I have to say that. Don't worry, when I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you've got the hottest country in the world. That was, you were the first one that said that. And I've used your name hundreds of times. I use your name, I say that King of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction, I think,
You
that
said
we've
we're
ever
going to
been headed,
655. I
according
can't
to the
lie. I just loaded
USDA.
calls.
Turkey is down, think of that, 30.
Trump just taking the market.
percent.
I should
I'm not
just
talking
keep
about the
quiet.
country of Turkey. He's doing fine.
So you
We're
just
going
picked up
this
some
way.
calls?
Just want to,
We're going
I don't want him calling me. I'm not down 33%.
You think we're going to go back up to
He's a friend
655?
of ours. We got to take care of our friends. Since March, egg prices are down 86%. Think of 86%. Many other prices are down in a similar number. When I first came into office, my first 3 days, I had a news conference, and they started screaming at me. Those people, that's a lot of people back there. Look at all the fake news. They started screaming at me, eggs, eggs. I didn't know anything about it. I said, what's going on with eggs? They're up quadruple. I said, I've only been here for 3 days. And we'll work on it. And we got them down very substantially. They said, don't buy eggs for Easter. At the White House, we have an Easter egg hunt. We buy thousands of eggs. The people come from all over, thousands. They asked me, sir, would it be possible this year to buy plastic eggs? I said, I'm not buying plastic eggs. The kids are going to pick up an egg. They're going to, what the hell kind of an egg is this? And we bought maximum number of regular eggs, and we got the prices. Brooke Rollins did a great job.
Yeah, brought it right back up.
She
Boom,
did
boom.
a fantastic job. And
I wish I would have seen
down.
that.
Mortgage rates
I
are
was looking
down
at the one. I was looking at the 5 before. I was trying to match something up. That's
Scott, you gotta
whack.
work on this guy. He's got some real mental problems. No, he's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'll be honest. I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. Guy's grossly incompetent, and he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's bigger than the whole thing put together. You got to work on him, Scott. The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed. Because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay? I can't tell you, Scott, sir, don't fire him. Sir, please don't fire him. He's got 3 months to go. Don't fire him. I want to get him out, Scott. Please. He's the voice of reason. You're very lucky you have him, I'll tell you that. Done a good job. I think Howard's a little bit more for firing him. Right, Howard? I think Howard would say, get him the hell out of there. Anyway, well, congressional Democrats wanted the largest tax hike in history. They wanted to raise your taxes by 42% 44%. I proudly gave you the largest tax cuts in American history. Don't forget, the great big beautiful bill doesn't kick in until January 1st. So all these numbers that you're reading about, all these great numbers, that's without the tax cuts. The tax cuts take effect on January 1st, and that's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Even people that go buy a car, they've never had this. You know, middle-income people don't know what the word deduction is. They don't know. This room, they live on deductions. Me too. How much of a deduction do I get? We all live on it. Middle-income people, they don't know about that. They don't really have deductions. We're giving them a deduction on the interest if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money. You're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, you are. Has he ever thanked me properly? Although I do let him buy other than electric cars, but these are minor details. You know, we had a mandate, which even Elon thought was ridiculous, that everybody has to have an electric car by 2030. And once, fortunately, he said, that's a ridiculous thing. So I keep quoting, but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right? But we'll let it be for everybody. But think of it. You get a deduction on the loan, on your interest payment. I think that's going to be an unbelievable boon to car sales. I think it's one of the biggest things, and we'll see, but I think it's going to be. And the biggest thing I've done for business and jobs is deductibility, where all of that money that you're spending, 100%, think of it, expensing for all new equipment purchase, factory construction, including structure. Every single thing you're allowed to deduct expensing 1 year. And that's what made our first tax bill, in my opinion, more than anything else, bringing your money back in. We have that, we have everything. Trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. Apple alone, Tim Cook brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. You couldn't do it under the old tax code. You'd have to pay so much tax, and just the bureaucracy of it. We made it very simple. We charged a fair rate, and we took in billions. Well, we have that. But the expensing, to me, was the thing that made it so successful. And the other thing is all of those tax cuts that we got, that was the largest tax cut in history. On top of adding to those cuts, we extended the original tax cuts. If we didn't extend, you would have had about a 58% tax increase from that point, and we were able to get that extended. So I want to thank the Speaker of the House, and I want to thank John Thune. And a lot of people thought that bill, because we put everything into that one, we took 4 years' worth of things, and we put them into the great, big, beautiful bill. And we got it passed. It was close, like about a quarter of a vote. It was on fumes. We thought for a couple of moments we were not going to be able to get it. Then we would have had to have it in 9 or 12 or 14 different bills. And I don't think we would have gotten many of them approved. We would have gotten some easily approved, but some we would have gotten no votes on. By putting it all together, we got everything. And it was a great job, and I think someday it's going to be appreciated. But among other things, it's the biggest tax cut in history for people and for businesses. So just enjoy it, and think of me every once in a while when you're hiring new people and making a lot of money. You just think about us. But I'm cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. That's the other thing. And I've already slashed more than $1 trillion worth of regulations this year. My last term, I gave the largest regulation cut in history, and now we're doing it again. In fact, for every new regulation, they're mandated to cut 10. And so far, it's for every new regulation, they've cut 30. So they have the idea. And very importantly, we stopped Joe Biden's radical crusade to kill oil and natural gas. Somehow, I don't think Saudi Arabia would like me too much if we decided to kill oil and natural gas. There's nothing like it. It works. Windmills don't work. Other things, I don't want to get into it too much, but they don't work. What does work is natural gas, oil, nuclear, and other things. But the windmills are a disaster. I am the biggest negative person on windmills. They ruin your locations. They ruin. When I look at some of these countrysides that are littered with windmills, and every time it goes around, you lose money. The country loses money. It's a disaster. And I just hope that some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money with energy. And we talk about oil, and we talk even clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to mention the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful. So I have my people in the office, they're talking about coal, right? And they're going, sir, a clean, beautiful coal is doing very well, sir. And then 2 minutes later, clean, beautiful coal. Then he mentions the third time, sir, coal. No, it's clean and beautiful. Because it needs a public relations help. Coal needs a little help, public relations-wise. So we refer to it as clean, beautiful coal, and it does have its place, that I can tell you. But we're streamlining permitting for all new energy projects, all new mining projects, and what used to take 28 days is now down to very little. But we had times when, not 28 days, we had times when things would take 14, 15, 16, and even 20 years to get approved. We have a maximum day, 28 days. That's the maximum it'll take. It'll never take more. You can come in with $1 trillion factory. You can come in with what it takes, a maximum of. You don't have to go years and years and years, be abused by bureaucracy. If you build a plant now, you're going to have your plant done within 28 days. And a lot of you are all, because I see everyone shaking their head, you're all agreeing. We're getting you approved by very smart people quickly. You know, when you used to walk in with plans done by the best engineers in the world, thousands of pages, and drop them on some guy who's been there for 28 years approving environmental impact statements, and he's looking at pages that he's never seen, and he's supposed to approve it. He has no idea what the hell is in those pages. So we know what we're doing. We're going to get maximum is 28 days. That's why we have so much under construction, and people can't believe it. They can't believe it. And again, remember what I said, most important thing, you're building your own electric plant. You're really becoming a utility in addition to doing what you're doing. But you're building all of the excess, all of that energy, all of that electricity is being built. And your excess electricity, you can sell back to the federal grid. So we even make it there. Under the deals being signed this week, the world's two leading energy superpowers, America and Saudi Arabia, are partnering on energy like we've never partnered before. American Saudi companies represented here today are joining on liquefied natural gas, infrastructure, constructions, and making both of our energy sectors, our sectors are becoming so strong. Just a quick story. In Louisiana, when I first term I got there were two massive LNG plants. One was under review for 14 years and was being rejected. The other one was for 18 years. The people in Louisiana, Doug, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And one was $20 billion, one was $24 billion, like the biggest things, like 3 Empire State Buildings lying on its side. It was massive. And I said, whatever happened with those plants? Well, sir, they're under review. How long has it been? 14 years and 17 years. And they had given up. Massive investments were being made by other countries and the richest people. They couldn't get them approved. I got myself involved. Right, Doug? The first one, I got approved in 1 day. The second one, I got a little cocky. I took my time. It took me 1 week. And they're both operating today, and they're tremendously successful. I got one. Think of it. After 14 years, I was in office. I got involved. I got it done in 1 day. And it's been a tremendous success and made a lot of money for our country and for a lot of other people. And the other one took 1 week to get done. That one was under review, I think, for 14 or 15 years, both of them. So I'm very proud of that, actually. I also proudly ended the ridiculous Biden-era restrictions on artificial intelligence, and we will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world, and we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you'll have one woke state and you'll have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters, and we don't want to do that. We want to get the AI done, and I'm working with David. David's done a fantastic job. If he's here, I think he is. He is. Thank you. David's done a fantastic job. But we want one approval, one, and hopefully you have the right guy in the federal government. Hopefully you have the right president, but you have one approval, one approving body, not 50, not, hundreds of people all over the country looking at what you're doing. And basically you're forced to take the worst and the most onerous, right, Jensen? Are you happy with that, Jensen? Thank you. If Jensen's happy, I'm happy. But what's very important, we have to do that. And we have a couple of very good, very well-meaning senators that think every state should have a right to approve. We're not going to do that because that will not allow you to do what we have to do. And we'll get that straightened out. Together, the United States and Saudi Arabia are unleashing really the most incredible new prosperity together. And we're also making history and forging peace. And I've settled 8 raging conflicts, 8 wars. I've settled 8 wars. I have 1 to go. You know what that one is. I thought that was going to be my easy one because I have a good relationship with President Putin, but I'm a little disappointed in President Putin right now. He knows that. I thought that was going to be the easy one. I settled 1 war, 36 years. I got it done in one day. I had another one, 32 years, millions of people killed. Even Congo and the Rwanda, they had 10 million people killed. It was out of control. I got that settled. I have a man's father who happens to be in this room doing a great job, right? Got that settled. I settled 8 wars, and I'll tell you, His Majesty would like me to do something very powerful having to do with Sudan. It was not on my my charts to be involved in that. I thought it was just something that was crazy and out of control. But I just see how important that is to you and to a lot of your friends in the room. Sudan, and we're going to start working in Sudan. I didn't think that that was one that was going to be so easy to do, but we're going to start working. Mohammed said, yeah, thank you. Thank you to you. No, it wasn't on my charts because I'm good at settling disputes, and I've always been. I've done very well with that over the years, even before this. But I was talking about the different wars, and look, India, Pakistan, they were going to go at it, nuclear weapons. I said, that's okay, you can go at it, but I'm putting a 350% tariff on each country. No more trade with the United States. No, you can't do that. I said, I'm going to do it. Come back to me, and I'll take it down. But I'm not going to have you guys shooting nuclear weapons at each other, killing millions of people, and having the nuclear dust floating over Los Angeles. I'm not going to do it. They said, we don't like that. I said, I don't care if you like it or not. So I was all set. I told Scott, 350% tariff to settle that war. If you don't, we'll make a nice trade deal. They were in the midst of a deal. Now, no other president would have done that. Another guy would have, like Joe Biden, doesn't even know what countries we're talking about. He wouldn't have any idea. There'd be no tariffs, no nothing. Just the whole world would go to hell. But no, I used tariffs to settle all these wars. Not all of them. 5 of the 8 were settled because of the economy, because of trade, because of tariffs. So I did this. But, and then I'll tell you what, the Prime Minister of Pakistan called me. Thank you very much. He actually said, I saved millions, and he said it in front of Susie. He said, President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. He doesn't even know that, but he saved millions of lives, and he talks about it. And I got a call from Prime Minister Modi saying, we're done. I said, you're done with what? We're not going to go to war. He said, thank you very much. Let's make a deal. But I saved a lot of people, millions of people, on many other wars. Azerbaijan, you know what was happening there? I settled that. That was going on for many, many years. Actually, Putin called me. He said, I can't believe you got that one settled. We've been trying to settle that one for a long time. I said, don't worry about that. Just let me settle your frickin' war, okay? You don't have to help me. I don't need any help. I need help with your war. And it'll get done. But working with the Crown Prince was amazing because he mentioned Sudan yesterday. And he said, sir, you're talking about a lot of wars, but there's a place on earth called Sudan. And it's horrible what's happening. And I viewed it as being just sort of a freelance, no government, no this, no that. And he explained the whole culture and the whole history. And it was very interesting to hear. Really amazing, actually, to hear. And, we've already started working on that, okay? He said that would be the greatest thing you can do. That would be greater than what you've already done. That was your expression. Is that a correct expression? Pretty good. So we're working on that. We started about 30 minutes after you explained to us the great importance of that. I view it differently now than I did just a day ago. But we also, as you know, we had a historic ceasefire. We ended the war in Gaza. And 2 days ago, incredibly, the United Nations Security Council backed the Trump peace plan. And we have a great peace plan. We have peace in the Middle East. This is a strong peace, too. They say, oh, it's tentative. It's not. This is a very strong peace. We have 59 countries signed on. And when there's problems, I'm getting calls from countries. They want to go in and lead the fight to solve the problem if we have any problems. But right now, it's looking very good and endorsed. they endorsed the United Nations, what's called the Board of Peace, chaired by a person called Donald J. Trump. I accepted the chairmanship. They asked me to be chairman. That's what I needed. It's just a little more work. But it's a great honor. That'll be the greatest board ever assembled. Where do you see this board? This board will blow every board away. And I believe we're going to be lucky enough to have the Crown Prince be a very distinguished member of the board. But we're going to have the heads of the Board of Peace, and I think it will go long beyond Gaza and the Middle East. I can see that going long beyond. There'll never be anything like this in terms of, I know you all have wonderful boards, but this is going to blow it away. It's going to blow them all away, and it's going to do some really good. So in the coming months, the Crown Prince and I are going to ensure that the ceasefire and everything else that's going on that's so positive in the Middle East, hard to believe. I mean, I've grown up, peace in the Middle East. I used to have peace, peace, peace in the Middle East, but never happened. We have peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing thing. Nobody thought, 3,000 years they talked. Nobody thought it would happen. In just 9 months, our administration has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. And we're leading again in just every country. We want to win. We want to win for you. We want to win for ourselves. We want to help our allies. We want to change our enemies. We want to change our enemies. I'm being nice when I say it that way, but we want to change them. And if they don't change, we're going to be nasty. But hopefully we're not going to have to be nasty. But we want the world to prosper. We want the world to be safe. Our alliances are flourishing like they haven't before. And, you know, they're respecting America again. They didn't respect us. We were like a bunch of stupid people. We had a president that couldn't get up and talk. Couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We were an embarrassment all over the world. But now we have people that are respected at levels that we've never seen before. So I just want to tell you that this is a group that I respect. I read every single name of every single person sitting in each and every seat. And I either know you or I know of you. This is an amazing group of people. And it really is headed by that gentleman sitting right smack center with 2 seats in between him. He wants plenty of room. And he's going to be the king of Saudi Arabia right now. He's the most distinguished gentleman. He's my friend. And thank you very much for what you've done for us, and we will always be with you. Thank you, Mohammed. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow. Well, that was Trump, and that was excruciating. That was very excruciating. The markets did something. Let's see what it's going to continue to do. You said calls printing.
Yeah, I was looking at them.
I'll keep you pulled up. I'm super tired. I hope you continue to bank. Yeah, I know, right? After seeing what I'm touching, yeah. And not being a guru, lol. Doesn't that shit just crack you up? Yeah, bro. I'll let you know what happens. I think I'm gonna stay on for the what's name too. I got a phone call. You can't fight against the youth because we're strong. Mm. Five, 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 five. Yo, are you home? I can. Are you able to take me to the store? Okay. Can I come in? Cop some? Can I come and get some? Yeah, 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 yeah. I got that. We gotta go to the what's the name? And the freaking thing is on, dude. You gotta. I'm coming over right now. You gotta. All right, we back. There we go. That is so nasty. So we're gonna probably get a lot of action at like the 3 o'clock hour. Yeah, on the what's the name? In a couple days. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what was happening with that. So this is situated. That's situated. One thing we want to do is really hope we hit those contracts the way we want to hit them. We're going to pause that. We do want to keep an eye on that. This is chop and stop. Look at all that chop and slop. All that chop and slop. Didn't touch any of that. Don't want that. Uh, we're just at the hands of just what's going on with everything. Hey Draco, what's up? What have you been what are you playing now with your character? Frostbolt. Wait, you made a new character? No way. How much did that cost? But you have bread though. Yeah, you have bread. Did you finish your Alice? Oh, so you could do like T16s and 17s, stuff like that. Oh wow, nice. logo. Oh yeah, when you take that node, yeah, but that's only for your first tree. When you get your second tree and you remake your tree, you're gonna have a lot of points, and then you don't got to go for that node when you have your second tree. Yeah, smuggler cat. Wait, how? How do you convert them though? Like, are people buying them? The fuck? What? What? What's him doing the oil flip? And Bright Maps. KT. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, KT. If you're still in stream, Draco is asking about Path of Exile stuff for oils. I don't know if he's still trading or not. He made some guap today. He made some guap today. Yeah. Get out of here, damn. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Really? actually a good node? Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? So you can stack that shit. Keep going, keep going. Yeah. 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 Mm. Do you use hydrosphere? Do you use a hydrosphere? Yeah. I just got that. Yeah. Yeah, I just got that shit too. You know what? I was thinking about changing over my helmet. So you trigger the gem. Damn. You know, there's cards that make you spend more mana on spells and everything. It's like an arcane surge type thing. Yeah. Is getting, yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Mm. Yeah. With the level, yeah. So the spells that you trigger, you need the mana in order to use them. They're not like free spells. You deserve more viewers, but I low key want to gatekeep keep. This channel is fire. Thank you. Thank you, Willie. I appreciate you. You said you want to gatekeep. No, don't gatekeep me. I don't know if you have the notes. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but here go the notes for today. So far, what we've been doing. When we open, we have our pre-market high low. Our open, we don't have no high low of the day. I mean, we can go either way. Oh my God, we can go so either way. So I don't want to put it in the high low of the day. I guess we can probably put it in the high for the high. That's probably reasonable. There was no gap. There was no gap today. We don't have to worry about that. This is just the time notes. All right, that's it. I'm gonna put on. Mm. Probably didn't want to do that. Fed minutes. The Fed minutes come out yet? I think he's looking at Fed minutes right now. You don't want to see that. Outlook for the labor market. Expected conditions to soften gradually in the coming months. Labor markets remain less dynamic. Businesses are hesitant to lay off employees. Several discuss the lack of turnover. Note a further weakening in labor market. Oh, look at that. Noting a further weakening in labor market demand could push the unemployment rate sharply tighter. Sharply tighter. Let's keep an eye on the sticks. Broader labor weakness. Keep our eye on the sticks. Lily, can I have a like? Would you guys mind liking the video and sharing the video? Please. Fed minutes, several participants were against rate cuts. Fed minutes, Fed divided on December cut. The 300 is going to pump and be the last catalyst before things shift back to bear market. If you know there is weakness in the job market, long rates must go higher. This is what this sell-off is. The market is realizing long rates must move higher, and what that means, market finally sees the wall of reality. Trump, Powell has mental issues, grossly incompetent. I wish I can fire his ass. Oh God, that's hilarious. No rate cut, but return QE. Everything chopped big. If the recession's scary. He's more concerned about midterms. That's why we might get a stimulus right before midterms. That's fact. That's crazy. But yesterday's gone, babes, and yesterday's gone. AI or bust. That's what today is pretty much is. AI or bust. AI or bust. Somebody says spy. Time for NVDA to go 2012, 2013 LeBron James. Oh, yo, tomorrow's gonna be crazy. I mean, it's not even tomorrow. Tonight, we're gonna find out how much money we made or lost tonight. We're gonna know. We're gonna know everything tonight. Everything we lost, everything we made, everything tonight. Tonight, not even tonight. At like 4:30, 5 o'clock, we gonna know. Everybody gonna know how much money they made. Most officials warned that additional rate cuts could risk embedding higher inflation or signal weak commitment to the 2% target. Everyone's reacting to the minutes right now. Bears are cooked, Bulls are cooked, everyone's just cooked. What? How bad could those job reports be that they canceled it? How bad can they be? Dude, motherfuckers are broke. Motherfuckers don't got jobs. They're not hiring. They're firing. What are you doing? Of course the economy is bad. Home Depot, Target, Walmart. Not good. Not good at all. Not good at all, Sally. Not good at all. All right, so I think we're gonna. So there's another trading uh window that's gonna be here shortly. There's gonna be another trading window soon. Sheesh. It went down for some of that gap. Don't worry, bro. Got you. what is this? Really, I just looked down for like 2 seconds. What update is this? All right, so if the whole market sells off, just sell off within the next 20 minutes for NVIDIA to drop to like 150. Let me sell everything I got. Run that shit up. Run that shit up. That's what I need. Drop this bitch down to 150. You know what? 100. Just make it easy, bro. A flat 100. Let me sell my and then just clock it running. Clock it running. And we done. My bad, yo. You still here? My bad, yo. I thought I was I queued up for a jump, but I wasn't even ready for it. Some market shit came up, then I had to do some other shit. Some more market stuff. Do you know today is NVIDIA's earnings, right? Yeah, well, instead of 800, you can throw 50. Don't gotta be 800. That 50 would make you damn near 2,000. 3,000 if you put it in the right place. You don't need to throw 800 in. That's what I be trying to explain to people. It's, I'm not a guru. I'm not trying to guru you or anything. It's a lot different than 800 to 50. Like if you want to make the play, you don't gotta make an $800 play. You can make a $50 play, a $20 play. Instead of just looking and talking about it. That $20 can still make you $200. So it's very little risk.
Are you making some plays on the iron?
Huh?
Make some play on some of them moves released?
Well, I usually don't, but this is NVIDIA. This is the whole market. This is the market. It's not like I don't know, Deer Park, you know. Who's your football team?
The Arizona Cardinals. Ain't the best, right?
Larry Fitzgerald. That was your guy.
Oh,
He was the guy.
just throw that bitch in the air to one of them seven.
They'll be alright. They'll get it. They'll be alright.
Got to stop. They need to stop trying to go to the running game. That's why they fucking trying to transition to the running game. They was an ass. Serious, but I remember them years of the running backs. Everybody wanted to be a running.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got a bit ass to get. Get the ice a little bit 7 foot in and get them.
That's all you gotta do. Just throw the ball. Just throw it high. Throw it high. Throw it in front of him. Let him make the play. That's it. That's it.
Running scheme. They always had little speedy power. See what the name for. I just found it.
Yeah, we only effectively had like a couple good trades. We really didn't have too many good trades. The first trade of the day, opening up, that was a good trade if you caught it. If you had balls to jump in at any point in time in there, and then coming down, we caught that. We caught all of that. Boom, boom. We top ticked it, bottom ticked it. I wasn't playing anything to the upside, so I didn't touch any of this. So, you come to the channel and this is what I know how to do, and this is what I do. You would literally be able to trade blind with me and listen for the call outs on what's going on, and you still make money. I don't know why. And there's like so many people that trade and they don't do this stuff. They don't do it. Either they don't know how to do it, but even then, when you pay for their stuff, they don't know how to come. They don't know how to like relay that information. I mean, you can't just like type somewhere or go to a Discord and like it just doesn't make any sense. What is this? You have to be live on the mic in order to make stuff like that work. On a hot mic live, or else you're just you're the liquidity. liquidity. intraday spy for past few days. The first or second moves that bank me trades and always make me feel like I'm getting robbed. Yeah, the first trade I think is the easiest trade to map, in my opinion. The first trade of the day, because you have the gap, and as long as you have good solid gap rules, you'll be okay. Um, sometimes it's hard to pull the trigger. I haven't been able to pull the trigger, but my costs and everything's been there, been on. It's just that means nothing if you don't pull the trigger. Doing a bunch of looking. No way! How? That's crazy. Oh, wow, look at this. Is probably nothing. When it comes to day trades and everything, that's nothing. That's nothing. This is barely nothing right here. What time is it? 2:52. Usually they'll do a play. Now this is a different type of contract in time frame that you're dealing with when you're dealing with zero dates at this time frame. Yeah, like a lot of this stuff is just chop and mess, chop and mess. A lot of this is bad money. If you can, if you catch it, you catch it. If you don't, then you didn't. So I mean, but I wasn't looking to target any of those trades, any of those moves. So pissed. I get fucking stung. What is this Raleigh coming from? What is this? That's fake. That's what that is. That's fake. That's fake. Believe that if you want. Ooh, ooh. That was a nice. That was a nice trade right there. I mean, if you have the scalping ability to hit stuff like that, I would always say take it. I wanted to jump in this pumping. I know, yo, it's going to do. You know, it sucks to say something like that because I understand what you're saying, but it's not like something like scientific. It's not something that you can measure. But when you see the market is heavily leaning one way, it always does the same thing. It's never like, oh, this is supposed to dump. Oh, everybody knows it's going to dump. Nah, it doesn't happen like that. Like, especially when we know it should dump and something doesn't dump, it's like, come on, man. And it's not even necessarily a biasness uh, in there. It's just the numbers, the economy, what's going on. I mean, it's just so many different things. Three. Ah, my goodness. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my God, that's hilarious. thing's going to happen tomorrow with NVIDIA, or later on today with NVIDIA. Where do you think it's going to go? Lucky she came. They are lucky she came. NVIDIA! Everything is on NVIDIA! Oh my God. Crazy. Return. Return. Okay, get the fuck off. 38. Dude, the way they be running this thing up is just crazy. The way they run this up is honestly just sick. Huh? Some pretty. Um, I am. I'm also streaming some stock market stuff, so I'm not really like fully on. Today is Nvidia's earnings. Yeah, I was just jumping on because rank. Yeah, I play rank. Yeah, yeah. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah, 30, 35. But it's 36 minutes. These guys are imbeciles, actually. Excuse me? Yes. well, I stream like my trades and everything, what's going on. I don't do too much news. I'm just a trader. That's Chuck for Options. That's on YouTube. So if you go to it now, you'll hear me explaining to you what this is. Yeah, but it was like a lull time, so it was like I don't need to be on. Yeah. 314. Running up to prepare for NVIDIA. Woo! So you said I hope the video go up after earnings, to be honest. Well, you see, I have a spread, so it doesn't necessarily matter to me. Like, I'm not betting against you, you're not betting against, like, that stuff doesn't matter, you know. Because no one knows. You know, no one has a crystal ball. No one's a guru about anything. You know, so we don't know. You know, so in not knowing that, it's important how you place your different trades, and also think about all the plays for everything. Yeah, yeah. I get it with you. Yeah. Um, you know what? This is what fucked me up right here. This first drum right here. That was crazy. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, yeah. I mean, nobody know. I don't know. Shit. Only thing you can do is just fucking. Yeah. I would suggest writing out a spread. You know, if you think it's going to go one way and you just want to bet one way. That's it. You know, but if you want to make money off it, there's other ways that you can do it. But then it's just your risk. How much risk you want to put on. And then the other metrics start coming into play. But man, no, I think like I think the whole market feels as though like they're gonna hit, they're gonna beat. It's NVIDIA, you know. They miss sometimes, not as of recently. The companies that they dealt with and they've been dealing with, one of the quarters are going to match up with theirs, but I was also told one of the quarters are going to be off. Their very last quarter is going to be off a little bit. But I don't think we worried about that. I don't think nobody's worried about that. I think we're all worried about guidance. They want to know, what are you doing with this AI shit? With all this AI shit that's going on, what are you doing, NVIDIA? You know, rather than just like supplying chips and GPUs and shit like that. So that's and the reason why that's important is because that's going to be the downside. We all know they're going to beat. Okay. Now, if they miss and they misguide, man, this market is about to get hurt. And that's the thing, like everything's not 100%. Everything's not 100% yes, everything's not 100% no. So even though that's a small percent, it's still a percent that exists. They can beat, guide up, forward guidance. They got AI in this. They got AI sneakers coming out. They got AI pacifiers. They making money off of it. Now that's rip up. Rip up. So, I wrote contracts to reflect that and follow through. I have contracts expiring for this week and next week for NVIDIA. And I have put some calls for this week and next week, or like the next few days. Yeah, leading into next week too. So, it's good to, put your different points where you're going to put them. and know where you're putting your different points and why you're putting them there too. They're shaking up puts. I think they're shaking up people's puts. Oh wow. Oh wow. Listen to this analogy. Somebody said, imagine a rookie NBA player making 13 million this year. He walks into a car dealership and says, I like to buy $1.4 trillion worth of supercars. The salesman says, sir, that's every car on earth. The person who wrote this says, that's the size of the gap. Wow! That's the size of the gap. Not with NVIDIA. Well, technically, that's April. Dude, tonight is crazy. Oh, man. Thank you for saving me from most irrational price movements. Pick a side already. Oh, my God, sick. No, this is so. What if they bought just to drop? We will gap to 680 easy if Jensen can soothe over valuation fears. That's exactly what it is. Valuation fears. Imagine the same guy. Imagine a restaurant that brings in 1.3 million a year. Now imagine the owner signs a contract to build 140 million worth of new restaurants, kitchens, new equipment. The board would say you're expanding 100 years ahead of your revenues. That's basically open AI. That's true. That is true. That's true. That's true. Open AI, yes, that should commit far beyond current income because they expect future growth to catch up. That's ballsy. You know, when you hear that's very ballsy. And it's being overpriced is the day. Look at the short scene. Probably can make money on December spread. Somebody just wrote holy shit. That 3 minutes ago. Okay, that big red drop. NVIDIA earnings soon. Good luck. Bears wreck again. Get wrecked. You see, I'm cool. I'm good. I got a spread. If we move, either we move, we crater. If we do nothing, that could hurt. If we do nothing, that could hurt. 675 calls for tomorrow, going for almost $1 in your bears. There's no way 675 calls going for that much. No, not anymore, especially after that. No. No, this joint's going for 57 cents. There's no way. Oh, maybe today. Yeah, today the 675s, but even then, there's still three ways removed out. You doing straddle on the video? Yeah, pretty much. I'm just doing the ranges. That's it. So I have. So they were projecting a 12-point move either way, up or down. For the November 21st contracts, they have a 4 to 5 point contract move to the upside. For the downside, they have a 10-point contract move to the downside. November 28th to the upside, they have a 4 to 5 point contract move to the upside. And for the downside, they have a 6-point contract move to the downside. So at least those are the metrics that I found. Yeah. is in, baby. Lord help us if this is really one stock. The whole world is about to tune in to NVIDIA. I'll be right back. I gotta pee so freaking bad. So this morning when I did that projection, NVIDIA was at, I think, 181. It was at 181 when I did that prediction earlier. NVIDIA's at 186 right now. White House moves to block bill restricting AI chip exports. That's huge, if that's real. It is not just about the beat. We know they gonna beat. We know they gonna beat. We know they're gonna beat. I don't think anyone's debating that. Chances of everything dumps 1% once earnings are out. Yesterday at lunch, my aunt told me to buy calls into the close. Stop. I've told her that before. Stop. Why are we pumping in the close numbers? Be massive or something? It's going to be all over the place. Oh my God. Sell off at close. No one wants to be a bad holder. 5 billion in revenue and talking in trillions. Simple question, is the market trend higher or lower to where we go after hours? I guess the guys will disappoint and market will tumble. My God, everyone is everywhere with it. You're hearing up, you're hearing down, you're hearing positive, you're hearing negative. They will not let it tank, fingers crossed. You know what? That was my initial thing too. You know, in all these companies, the reason why they want to get these contracts with the government is because that's for sure money. They know they're getting that money. You know, so and that makes, you know, board members and stockholders really reassured companies are dealing with the government. So I mean that's very good. But we know that. We knew that. We know that. Market trend higher, lower. Yeah, but I don't think they would let it tank. You know, I put enough money both ways in certain places, and I gave myself enough time because you also got to think too. We also have next week with Powell. Beat and dump agree. Yeah, it's gonna probably be. I mean, a lot of people feeling beat and dump. I have best case scenario, worst case scenario. I gave myself some time. Well, Meta is now AI, so we are in the right in the fight as well. NVIDIA, we will raise. This is probably the most anticipated play of the day. Oh, someone made a play. Someone said anyone feeling 200. If we hit 200, your boy is getting paid. Your boy is getting paid. Yeah, you got to measure the contracts out the right way. You measure the contracts out the right way, you know, you can be all right. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Dump incoming, fuck market corrections. I don't know. Somebody said, hope to God they save the market today. Feels like I'm getting ready to watch a championship football game. Uh, here comes the liquidations into the bell. So at 344, I'm sorry, it's 344. At 345, they auto liquidate 0 dates. I don't know if you knew that. You may have to call your broker and ask them not to do that. The economy is run by boobs. The stock should be doing knockers, but it's stacked with bosom buddies on the board that prevent it from titillating transformation we all love. That's funny. He made a tit joke. He made a tit joke. I'll accept it. That's funny. Uh, NVIDIA now say I need a data center. Well, the thing about NVIDIA and Tesla and Elon, whoever, they're trying to put data centers in space. So like that's the next big move. And they're gonna have AI and robotics and everything. It's gonna be a real futuristic thing apparently. Will NVIDIA still exist tomorrow? So what kind of beat can NVIDIA not tank the market? Not about the beat. Guidance and conference call messaging is what will rise and sink it. Yep. That's exactly what it is. That's going to be huge. 7% stock movement forecast at 420. Options trader are pricing in approximately 7% move in either direction for NVIDIA stock. Its Q3 earnings report and Q4 guidance, which is being released today. So they start announcing all that other stuff.
Doing awesome, man. Really excited about this quarter. I think Jensen will be able to pull it off, and that the whole market can rely on him to keep this train going. So
the whole world is watching.
It always feels like it comes down to NVIDIA, and it does. But once again,
$200 incoming. Well, look. I think I grabbed like one of those.
I expect a nice beat and a nice guidance. How the market reacts is a whole different story, but I think at the end of the day, as an NVIDIA investor, I'm going to be happy.
They got a beat right and they got a guide right.
Important, he actually pretty good, I think. Beats, guidance will be fine as well. I think it's all about the funnel of Jensen and the whole industry. That's what the market is looking for. Or maybe accelerated demand, or conversations with other companies or extra enterprises.
Be already some signs of, oh, they're seeing a return on investment. I think that would be great. But yeah, I think it's a beat. I think they'll easily beat the number.
Okay. Yeah, look, I'm very excited. I got into NVIDIA earlier this year after DeepSeek. You three were part of the reason for why I started taking it much more seriously. And now I have a full position that is up about 50% since I entered, and I'm excited to see what show Jensen can put on. And my chat, Triple V, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $200 super chat. He did text me today that he bought another 100,000 shares of NVIDIA this morning at 185. So
true legend.
He completed 1 million shares today officially with this 100,000 share purchase. And so he's pretty bullish on NVIDIA. All right, so let's get started. Tanner, I'll head it to you. The street is expecting about $1.25 of EPS and $56 billion of revenue, $61 billion on the whisper or on the guide for Q4. I guess simple question, do you think NVIDIA is going to be able to beat these numbers?
Simple answer, yes. It's just a matter of how much. The beats have been tightening, and we've sort of gotten around the 2% surprise on top line. So I wonder if we're going to stay within that range. I haven't done too much deep diving this quarter into really taking my own stance on what I think is going to happen this quarter. I'm more looking forward to the commentary by Jensen rather than just Q3 numbers. I also have a question for Neil and Jose. If you guys think that data center revenue is going to reaccelerate this quarter, year over year.
Well, I think we were just looking at this, right, Neil? I mean, revenue growth for this, I don't know the data center itself, but the revenue was 55% expected to be up this year, and then the next 2 quarters, it was still expected to be 55% on the year-over-year growth, based on what the market was expecting. And I do believe we're going to get a little bit better in some of those. So I think we're still going to continue to see that 55% year-over-year growth for at least the next 2 quarters at minimum, especially due to the crazy demand that we see with Blackwell right now, and then the crazy $500 billion number we got from Jensen during the GTC DZ. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a question that's going to be asked aloud during the earnings call. But just the demand for Rubin and when it comes out next year, and right now for the Blackwell Ultra, which just came out, I think is going to definitely push some massive growth. And we saw CapEx, right? Overall CapEx grew dramatically from all the hyperscalers this quarter. So growth still going to be in the 55% overall. I haven't looked at the actual data center, Tanner.
Yeah, so last quarter was 56% year-over-year growth. 2 quarters ago, 73. Amit, you pulled up something right now. How much was the expected? 59. So expecting a reacceleration.
Yeah, but do you also think that's going to happen? And really, just where do we actually end out at? Do you think that we can break that $50 billion mark?
I mean, with all the positive comments that we got, especially from analysts and, well, for Blackwell specifically, wouldn't surprise me, because it seems like they are past the supply issue that they had previously. Maybe we might not be seeing this already this quarter, but then definitely the next quarter. Could we get 50 billion in just data centers? I mean, it's possible. Would be an extra billion to the estimates.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is all of this, right, doesn't even include any kind of international markets that are disallowed by or prohibited by NVIDIA right now. So if we even hear anything, any updates on if we can finally start shipping to Saudis or to China, any little updates there, I mean, could push this to definitely a 50 billion this quarter. But by next quarter, estimates are 62 billion. I actually expect from the excitement to actually be closer to 64 to 65 billion. And that's definitely going to be pretty much led by the data center space.
Agreed. I mean, the other reason this is really important is because obviously we've had a 4% drawdown in the S&P 500 since the start of November. We've had a variety of different macro things happen today. I mean, if you're looking at rate cut probabilities, which are very, very important to kind of keep the health of this bull market alive, not only did the Bureau of Labor Statistics say we're not going to be getting the October data today, so that was one thing that was really not the best piece of news. But number two, you had the Fed FOMC minutes come out about an hour ago, and participants, several of them, said that they are more concerned about adding to the risk of higher inflation and suggested it's appropriate to keep rates unchanged for the rest of the year. Now, NVIDIA doesn't need low rates to thrive, but the macro definitely needs low rates. NVIDIA is probably going to do their job and put up the numbers. The question is, will the macro also do their job in the context of rates coming down to kind of get us to that end of year rally? Do you guys think, Tanner, I'll give it to you first, that even without the rate cuts, NVIDIA can put up such a strong number of earnings that it can overcome the expectations of the market to get this end of year rally, particularly because Jensen said there's a $500 billion opportunity at GTC over the next 5 quarters. Are you expecting that type of a quarter in terms of just the overall numbers to really get the street to be a bit more excited again?
Yeah, I mean, you've already said it. I don't think NVIDIA is, what's making or breaking their business is 25 basis points of cuts. Like, I think Powell even reiterated that, like the data center play is such a massive total addressable market. And there's such a massive opportunity here that a quarter point of rates is not going to change Meta's outlook, Google's outlook, Microsoft's outlook, or any of the neo clouds or any of the enterprises that are tapping into those customers. So I think for financials and certain industries that cut it close on margin, like they really need that quarter point. But we're talking about 74% gross margins here on NVIDIA. If their customers are complaining about the quarter point, we'll drop it a quarter point. Like, what's the complaint here?
Yeah, the complaint is more on those that have debt that does get influenced by higher rates. But if rates do come down, then you have companies like CoreWeave, who will pay less interest every quarter.
Right.
And I think that's also why we've seen a lot of weakness on CoreWeave. We've seen them in CDS for CoreWeave, for Oracle. The pressure is on those stocks. Again, 25 basis points might not seem a lot, but for the likes of CoreWeave, definitely Oracle. I mean, Oracle is still Oracle, but they don't really have the free cash flow to support all of the projects.
Well, I think if they are going to their customers and their customers are saying, hey, we're having a hard time meeting you at your prices, I think the advantage that NVIDIA has is such a massive margin on price that they could potentially cut price in order to meet those customers' needs. So, yeah, we're still talking about them taking very advantageous pricing here, 70+% margins, and that's just because they have the best TCO versus any of the other chip suppliers. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll be affected by it at all. In terms of what we'll hear from Jensen, this is just my opinion, we're already talking about this $500 billion expectation of revenue from their large customers. What more do we want to hear from them? I think just a reiteration of that comment alone would be, some sort of reassurance. But I don't know if necessarily the stock is going to turn around. Like, just so we're clear, my expectations of NVIDIA is good fundamental numbers and them continuing to grow. I'm not necessarily calling for green in the aftermarkets or that the market is going to react positively. We saw this last quarter, great quarter, and then the stock sold off, and even in the next day, I think we were down like 0.7% or something. But it doesn't change the long-term thesis. And I think NVIDIA is going to really benefit on the GTCs and the press releases and the multi-gigawatt deals that they end up signing and talking about over time, not just the quarterly releases of their numbers.
I have a similar take there to Tanner, because I mean, we already know a lot of what more can Jensen tell us. Like, he already gave us everything during the GTC DC. We already seen kind of all these great updates and all these announcements of various AI investments. Like, what more can he say during earnings to really get us a little bit more excited? I mean, obviously guidance is more than enough if he gives us a great guidance, but outside of that, I don't know. And hopefully I'm wrong, and he gives us something that gets us pretty excited after hours. But like Tanner mentioned, for overall, I'm excited for the company's fundamental. After hours is pretty much a coin flip.
Okay, so people are pretty bullish. I just put a poll in my chat, 4 options: NVIDIA after earnings, 180 to 185, 185 to 190, 190 to 200, or below 180. 44% of people are saying 190 to 200. And by the way, the options market, so there's a 7.5% implied move. There are a lot more calls than there are puts, especially in that 190 to 200 range. So, I mean, if there is a move, you could tell that the options market is trying to foreshadow a move upwards to 200. Now, the options market has been wrong many times in the past, but I think it is going to be a very, very interesting move because, again, just like Tanner said, NVIDIA has already given us so much information. The whole $500 billion in 5 quarters, they said that at GTC. And that was kind of the bombshell. What more can you say? So really, I think the question on this call is going to be, can they live up to that? Can they show that they're having the foundation to execute against that mission? And this whole GPU argument, right? The GPU depreciation, I'm sure Jensen's going to be asked about that. Can they clearly say that the GPU depreciation is good for their customers and not stopping their customers from upgrading to the next model, which is what's necessary for NVIDIA to continue selling chips?
And one thing, I mean, I would say with the $500 billion number, I feel like some confusion happening in Wall Street and online, because some people are saying it's $500 billion for Blackwell and Rubin, counting Q1 and Q2, counting the previous quarters. Now, some people are saying that is just counting the next 5 quarters. I believe it's actually the prior opposed to the latter, even though, even if it's the prior, it's still very bullish because it's still much higher than the overall consensus. But I do believe that's going to be a question that we're going to finally get a confirmation from Jensen, and more importantly from Colette, which really deals with the numbers there.
All right, folks, here we go. It is a Wednesday, November 19th, 4 p.m. NVIDIA Q3 earnings. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market is now closed.
Look at that. So you think it's gonna go down? Oh,
And now we wait to see hundreds of billions of dollars either go up or down, and for us to either be rich or poor.
That's basically it. That's basically it.
That's basically it.
There you go.
All right, NVIDIA 186.52. We should be getting their earnings in about 5 to 7 minutes. Oracle was down about 0.21% of the day. Tesla up about 0.68%. S&P actually ended green on the day, 662.72. Robinhood, nice little day, 3.3%. Palantir did get to the 162s, 165.42, still ended red for the day. Broadcom was up because of the Googs. The Googs was up because Gemini 3.0 is very, very real. Google hit 303 at one point, ended at 293. Broadcom was up about 4.5% on the day. Amazon actually ended green after going red below 220 on the day. SoFi 26.72, that was up about 1.82%. Bitcoin and Ethereum, and we didn't talk about it, but obviously those got hit pretty bad. Bitcoin right there, 89,000.5 on the day, and Ethereum at 29.45. It did get to 2,800 at one point as well. NVIDIA right here, 186.57. All right, so we should be getting these numbers soon. Tanner, any thoughts on Gemini 3.0 coming out a day before NVIDIA earnings, and any implications on that you think for the quarter?
For NVIDIA's quarter, I don't think about it too much, but it's a great model. I mean, I'm very excited for Google stock in general, and I've been calling this for some time that I do think that they have, you know. By the way, guys, to these red candles, NVIDIA is not expected to show earnings till 4:20 or so.
Oh, really? It's 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, we have time. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So let's focus on Palo Alto and stuff. Well, obviously, look at this, but Palo Alto is going to be coming out before that.
Wait,
for
other companies
Google,
report
though-
today?
Sorry?
I said other companies report today?
I don't know which CEOs are brave enough to line that up with NVIDIA. Watch 5 people be watching any of the other companies other than NVIDIA today. But that being said, Google, I mean, they own their own silicon, they own their own data, they have proprietary data through YouTube, they have all the customers, billions of people going to YouTube and Google Workplace and Google Search and all of these things. It was hard to bet against Google and their advantage in artificial intelligence. And, you know, we're here to talk about NVIDIA, but I think that TPUs are going to do well for Google as well. I just think they're extremely well positioned right here. But yeah, you asked me, what does Gemini 3 mean for NVIDIA? I don't think much. I just think that it shows off that, you know, we're still advancing in these models, and people think that, you know, somewhere we're going to start not being able to hit higher and higher benchmarks. It's not today. We haven't found it.
Neil, same question to you, and then Jose as well. Do you think just the raw model capacity that Gemini introduced kind of got people to feel a little less scared about the AI bubble narrative that's been going on?
I don't know. I think it's interesting and funny how today we are looking at Google and we're saying, oh, Google is a threat to Perplexity, to OpenAI, when, what was it, 12 months ago, start of this year, it was Perplexity, ChatGPT, they're all coming for Google, they're going to destroy Google. And now look who's back, the return of the king. I mean, Google is there at the top. And again, Google's strength is the fact that they are printing cash. So they can offer so many things for free, it doesn't really matter much. The other companies, they cannot. The Perplexities, the CoreWeaves, the ChatGPT, they cannot offer things for free. I mean, ChatGPT is expected to burn God knows how much money for the next couple of years. Sam, you cannot ask him how much he's going to generate in revenue because he would want you to sell your shares. But yeah, I mean, Google again is showing why Google is Google and why I still think that Google should be top 2 biggest company, most valuable companies on the planet right now. I mean,
you know who else thinks that? Warren Buffett. Well, maybe not, but Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah.
Jose, any updated thoughts that you have on this whole AI bubble argument?
I don't know. I'm just too bullish in AI right now to even take some of these 3-year GPU depreciation rates serious. Like, I mean, I don't know. There are certain things to watch out for. There are certain companies to watch out for, but the ones that I follow, pretty much like the hyperscalers, obviously your Nvidias, like those I'm not worried about. Now with Gemini, right, there is actually one thing that Nvidia and Google partner up. We know that Google doesn't use their Nvidia GPUs to train Gemini, but there is an enterprise market that sometimes doesn't like to run things on the cloud. Due to national security reasons, they just like to have their own location data centers and on-premise data centers. And NVIDIA has partnership with Google, where you buy their servers to kind of run these Gemini models. So if you kind of see this excitement for Gemini, it could maybe in the long-term thesis be a nice kind of tailwind for that product that NVIDIA and Google have together.
Agreed. I think that's fair. I think given, you know, the sort of lack of excitement that people have been having over the past couple of weeks with the AI trade, it was nice to see a foundation model come out that was just lights out in terms of its applications, and it's getting universal praise across the board, which is also very important. We have about 15 minutes until we get earnings. I don't see Palo Alto numbers yet. The stock is moving a little bit. We'll see if we can get the numbers in a second. Neil, price action. I mean, if you had to pick, do you think this one gets closer to 200 or kind of stays flat around this range, given everything that's already baked into it?
I already know what Jose is going to say, so I'm taking the other side.
What am I going to say, Neil? Tell me.
Well, this morning you said you don't like predictions and you didn't want to take the upside. So I'll take the upside. We go up 7.5. We go the 7.5 on the upside this time. Although sentiment is completely horrible, but we can still see NVIDIA go up and the rest not move. It's also possible. But we go up. That's my prediction.
Jose, you think we're going to dump?
No, actually, I woke up from my nap a lot more bullish. So
you have a dream about Jensen?
I was about to say.
If I can't pick flat, I'm gonna go green. I'm closer to 200. If we don't, it's either flat or 200. No going down. And if it is, I'm taking a nap.
Tanner, what about you?
I think bullish, but I agree with Jose. I don't know if it will be a lot, but yeah, the surprises are just getting tighter and tighter. I don't know how much that's going to change this time around. Maybe there's some China uncertainty and stuff like this where they could squeeze out some additional revenue that maybe Wall Street is not expecting. But overall, I think where NVIDIA is going to move is the 3 months between the reports rather than the reports themselves these days.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing would be if TSMC did really open up a nice amount of extra capacity that allowed them to allow us to beat the norm of how much NVIDIA usually beats. And that's the thing, it's analysts have gotten better at kind of determining how much capacity usually TSMC can add. If these analysts are wrong, then TSMC did so much better. And we did see NVIDIA's inventory of working goods increase dramatically in just the past quarter. So if those working goods turn to finished products and we're able to ship, then the ability to beat is there. It's there, but I guess that's what we're going to have to wait for the next 10 minutes to see if it actually happened.
Wouldn't we have seen a lot of color from, many of their largest customers? Like unlike many other businesses that we follow, NVIDIA is like the #1 question that is asked at all of these large companies' earnings. Would we have not heard some sort of massive uptake in chips that sort of broke the norm?
I think the biggest thing was, I don't know. That is true. I mean, what do we hear?
Every hyperscaler said they're spending more money.
Yeah,
their CapEx.
I agree, but we're expecting to grow at 60%, or 59%. So they are all spending more, but we are expecting more in earnings. So in order for them to surprise on earnings, we need to see 65% growth on data center revenue. There needs to be such a high amount of a beat in order to surprise Wall Street here.
I think the craziest thing about NVIDIA is that it's 8% of the S&P 500. the S&P 500 is a majority of a lot of people, at least in the United States, retirement accounts. Like this company, as much as we don't want to say we are top heavy as an economy, if we didn't have CapEx for the past 2.5 years, 50% of GDP would be gone. So it's just like, it is so important that they deliver the right numbers. And at the end of the day, Jensen's a human being, right? Like if they miss numbers, they miss numbers. But like, it is so freaking important that they live up to the expectations and surpass the expectations. And also for the Trump administration to boost about a good economy, you've got to have the market doing well. And NVIDIA, at the end of the day, is the market. So I think that's why there's so much pressure on this quarter as well. Palo Alto numbers should be out. I don't see a big move here.
If I don't know if you care to add this to the list as well, but Oddity. They're up about 11.7% right now in after hours.
Okay, Tanner, can you explain, Tanner, this one to people who don't know what this is? Or
nope.
Okay, so why do we add it?
Well, I mean, it's a decent. It is.
You have no idea what the company does, but you're like,
it's a popular retail name. I don't follow it, but I do have them on my chart here, up 12%. I thought maybe you could pull some numbers. I don't know anything about them.
Okay, well, Palo Alto beat by 4% on EPS, 93 cents versus 89 cents. Revenue 2.4 versus 2.47. Revenue's up 16% year over year. EPS is up 19% year over year. Palo Alto is flat, literally flat, not getting any move. Oddity, whatever these guys do.
Oh, look, he found some numbers.
Triple beat and raise. 148 million on guidance, 29 million on revenue, 71.6 on margins, 40 cents of EPS versus 33 cents. Well, that's why it's up 11%.
Yeah. All right, next.
What the hell does this company do? Oddity?
It's something with health and wellness. I know that they have some.
Yeah, beauty something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know, but I still wanted to see an after-hour chart because
NVIDIA. 8 more minutes. Jose, what are you thinking about circular financing? We saw the Anthropic, NVIDIA, Microsoft deal yesterday. Is this scary or is this just inevitable given NVIDIA has so much free cash flow?
I mean, I think you only have a selected amount of customers that can pay for these types of clusters and orders that you're going to kind of see these types of circular deals. I think Anthropic coming into the mix now, before was OpenAI was the only one holding up this house of cards. Now, I think with Anthropic coming here, it shows that now you have two kind of pillars holding up this house of cards. So to me, it seems like now it doesn't matter who ends up winning. Someone's going to need that compute via Anthropic, via OpenAI, via whoever. And I think in the upcoming months, we're most likely going to see other AI companies with similar deals. So Anthropic, massive deals with, I mean, they have a deal with Amazon, they have a deal with Google, they have a deal with AWS. The only reason they're doing that is because they need the compute. They're seeing massive revenue growth. They're seeing strong demand for their coding solutions. So it's for them, it's an actual great revenue business. And it seems like they have a better business model than OpenAI. So I'm happy they are added to this pillar of house of cards of AI.
Sorry, I was muted. Neil, are you concerned about circular financing?
I would have been concerned if the companies that finance it have no actual profit and free cash flow to finance. Since we're talking about NVIDIA, Microsoft,
and companies that have way more than $13 billion in revenue.
Exactly. Then a bit less, because I mean, it's like VCs, private equities, and all of that. They invest in companies, and then they have a portfolio of companies, and they want that company to then use maybe a service of another company that they own, just because it makes it easier. I mean, why not? If it makes the whole ecosystem run better and grow faster, and they have the money, because we've had this conversation earlier this year. What does NVIDIA do with all that free cash flow? Buy back more shares, add an extra cent in dividend. I mean, so they're doing this. They're helping other companies. They're investing in other companies. And some people don't like it, but why not? Like, why wouldn't they do it? It makes sense, since eventually the money comes back to NVIDIA and the ecosystem grows, and it makes sense. That's not to say that there won't be some small AI companies that will be bankrupt and blow up in the future. Like every cycle, we see a lot of companies succeed. We do see some companies that will that will blow up. It's just the nature of well, evolution, I'd guess.
Tanner, your thoughts on the circular stuff?
I'm actually perfectly fine with it. If you guys remember from, well, I'm perfectly fine the way that NVIDIA is doing it. I think there's a difference between the way that NVIDIA has done it and the way that AMD has done it, by the way. One is taking equity as payment. The other one is giving equity as an incentive. So if you go to buy a business or something like this, you see it all the time. Companies can either give cash or equity as deals to buy companies. In the way that I look at it, NVIDIA is essentially buying parts of businesses, giving them their product, and then, well, buying parts of their business, and then those companies are ordering from them. I'm buying, Jose, Neil, Amit, we're all buying NVIDIA, and they're buying nothing from us. So imagine if OpenAI, we're going to OpenAI, and then OpenAI is saying, okay, we'll give you back some more money. Great, love it. They have so much cash. What does NVIDIA do outside of creating a massive venture arm, which is exactly what we talked about last quarter? I said this was going to happen. It's what happened with Google. It's what happened with Microsoft. It's what happened with Apple. They have to have some level of just a massive venture arm to go out and invest, because that's the only thing they can do whenever they're the most profitable business in the world, or will be the most profitable business in the world, essentially by the end of this year. But so I think it's fine. They're buying OpenAI, which is historically the fastest growing company in the world ever. Intel, Anthropic, all of these companies. And they know that those companies are going to do well because, well, you know, a little different on the Intel side, but they know that those, you know, AI businesses are going to do well because they're using NVIDIA's products. They are going to the products that they think are the best in the market, have the lowest total cost of ownership, and in return, they're taking an equity stake in those businesses. If we ever look at any of those deals, the OpenAI deal, the Anthropic deal, any of these, they are buying way more chips than what they're giving them in to purchase in equity. They're buying something that is expected to continue to grow. Now, people can say that, you know, OpenAI at 500 billion might be a lot. Anthropic at, you know, nearly a similar valuation is also a lot. But, you know, those same similar characters probably said that OpenAI was overvalued at the first time whenever Microsoft did you know, their first buy at 50 billion. I don't think we know where this market settles out at. The growth in users, the growth in revenue, the growth in total take rate continues to climb. NVIDIA wants a part of that. I think it's one of the only natural ways that they can grow at this size.
I agree. Numbers are not out yet, folks. We got 2 minutes. Here's Palo Alto's real quick. And in about 2 minutes, we should have NVIDIA officially coming out.
I have a question. Oh, well, wait.
93 cents versus the 89-cent adjusted estimate. Revenue, a slight beat at $2.47 billion. And then if we look at some of the other metrics that investors follow, whether it's annual recurring revenue for its next-gen security at $5.9 billion, that came in ahead of expectations, as well as its remaining performing obligations. Its second quarter guidance, so its outlook for the second quarter, in line with expectations. And going into this report, the bar was set high, with the stock up about 55% over the past 6 months. The company also announcing a new acquisition, a next generation platform called Chronosphere. And as you know, John, it follows that mega acquisition of CyberArk for $25 billion. So we will look to hear from CEO Nikesh Arora on his company's M&A strategy.
All right, so you got another acquisition. They did beat on the top and the bottom. Stock is down 6.5% on Palo Alto at 188. NVIDIA is left 1 minute. We are going to see the numbers soon. I'll be looking at the stock. These three guys will be trying to get the numbers. I'll also see if I can get the numbers, but I'll get the immediate reaction to the stock. 186.75, up about 3% on the day. We should be getting a move very soon.
I have a question for you, Amit, first. Is OpenAI too big to fail?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
I think they've just committed too much money to a lot of public companies that are now in deals with them. Like, if they do fail, could they be replaced? Yes, there's other model companies that are out there, but a lot of that spending commitment goes out the window, right? And that's why I feel like they are too big to fail.
I'm on the other side of that. I don't think any consumer-facing business is too big to fail.
All right, we're green. We're green. 189. Initial reaction is positive. 189.40. That green's got to hold. This earnings has been a lot of green candlesticks and then reversals immediately. So we got to see if that can hold. Can we break 190? 190 has been broken. We're up about 3% after hours. It's continuing to hold. NVIDIA 1.8%, 190 now back down to
Okay, EPS is $1.30, up from $1.26 expected, and revenue was $57 billion. Both beat by 3%. Revenue was up 62% year over year.
I mean,
there
that's
we
not
go.
bad.
That's six. No, we were expecting 55% year-over-year growth.
That is not bad. Revenue's up 62% year over year. On a company of this size, EPS is up 60% year over year. Do we have the guide? That's the important one. NVIDIA now 193. Street likes it.
I can finally take a breath. Holy.
That was 193. But that was
all right. We're fine.
I was at 198.
I almost forgot to. You reminded me.
I had the top side from 190.
What, to breathe?
Yeah, I was turning red here, trying to look for this guidance.
I'm trying to see the guide as well. That's the big number. Let's see if we can get you guys that. Wow, 194. Street likes it. The street likes it. Now, again, it's got to hold it, but it's doing a pretty good job. That's up almost.
And CoreWeave is up 4.5, Nebius 4.5, Iron 5%. Everyone's up.
Can we just close it and leave? That's it. Can we?
It's up $15. Guys, is this right? Are you seeing 65 billion on Q4? Because that's a $4 billion beat, if that's correct. I'm seeing 65 billion. I'm trying to confirm, but
yeah, that's what I see. I just opened up the press release. It's 65 billion.
Wow. Dude, that's a $4 billion beat on the guide. And you know they're going to beat 65 in Q4.
Yeah. That's their conservative number, which is crazy. Their conservative number is still almost as equal as the most bullish. I think the most bullish was Bank of America with 65. So that is insane. And then
data center,
if we ever see a market like the China market, or we say, yeah, we can actually ship to the Middle East right now, I mean, that's an easy beat even from there. So it's conservative.
So the guide is 63.7 to 66.3. So on the low end, they're saying 64. Street thought it would be 61. Maybe the whisper number was 62, so they beat that again. But they're guiding on the high end for 66, which means if they come in at like 68, that is a massive beat. I mean, what more could you want from them at that point?
Man, look at just data center alone. Increased by $10 billion quarter over quarter, 25% quarter over quarter growth, 66% year over year growth for data center alone.
The only person that probably cares about this is Jose, but professional visualization as well was up 26% quarter over quarter and 56% year over year to $760 million.
I mean, now all those workstations are being just gobbled up by AI engineers and anybody else that can use those nice RTX Pro GPUs.
Very small line item, but still fun to watch.
Some
cash and cash equivalents, $60 billion.
Wow. I mean, they have plenty of cash. So Jensen quote, Blackwell sales are off the charts and cloud GPUs are sold out. Compute demand keeps accelerating and compounding across training and inference, each growing exponentially. We've entered the virtuous cycle of AI. The AI ecosystem is scaling fast with more foundation model makers, more AI startups across more industries and in more countries. AI is going everywhere, doing everything all at once. Revenue, again, you can see 57 billion. That's up 62% year over year. Gross margins inching towards 74%. OpEx at 5.8 billion, operating income 36, and then you have net income $31 billion of profit, which is a 54% net income margin. Incredible. And then fourth quarter outlook, 65 billion. Here's a bit more coverage, and then we'll get deeper into the numbers.
EPS, earnings per share, higher than the street, 5 cents higher on revenues of $57 billion. Also higher not only than the street, but higher than buy-side numbers in regards to data center revenue, which is contributing about almost 90% of total revenue. So a big factor. That is stronger, $51.2 billion. And then gross margins. We keep worrying about input cost, memory cost, et cetera. Gross margins coming in slightly above 73.6%. Street was anticipating 73.4%. There is a very bold statement from Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA. Blackwell sales are off the charts and cloud GPUs are sold out. Compute demand keeps accelerating and compounding across training and inference. So, and he said we've entered this virtuous cycle of AI. So I'll go through it to get you some more numbers, but so far quite bullish. The stock reacting positively. Guys?
All right, Christina, thank you. Stock's up about.
I mean, this is a good quarter, dude. Sold out. What is the biggest fear of this AI bubble? That there's like, we're overbuilding these data centers, these GPUs. Jensen's like, we can't build them fast enough for people.
Send them to space.
Send them to space.
Crazy.
I mean, goodness. We're at 191.40. Maybe the stock sells off a bit, but I mean, realistically, if we can just detach ourselves from the stock, that quarter, once again, we'll go deeper into the numbers, is legitimizing this entire AI revolution that all of us have been invested in for the past couple of years. And eventually the street's going to have to allocate capital to the companies that are growing. NVIDIA is showing that growth.
And I would say just the guidance alone, right? It showcases that even though analysts think that they know the stock, it's still even breaking those, right? We were in the portion where we were just talking a few minutes ago that analysts were getting a lot closer at kind of determining, and again, not looking at stock price, but just the percentage of beat is I would expect this to be a lot higher than prior beats, and it showcases that NVIDIA can still shock us, even though everyone and their mothers are watching this and looking at the revenue numbers. They still give us that curveball.
Yeah, I mean, we essentially tightened on the revenue beats, was going almost down to under 2% a quarter. This time, nearly 4%. You know, so this was a little bit of a shock, and the market likes it. The market actually doesn't like it as much as I think that they probably should. But that being said, there's an overall bearish sentiment on the market right now. I mean, we were trading on this stock at 5 trillion not too long ago. Now we're at 4.5 trillion. Essentially $500 billion removed from NVIDIA. Maybe a little bit of that pouring back in, but only a small bit.
Agreed. So let's keep going through some of these other numbers. This is pumping all the data center plays, by the way. CoreWeave pushing almost 100, or not CoreWeave, Nebius pushing almost 100.
You gave me a heart attack for a second there, man. I hate you.
Well, CoreWeave's up 4%, so you shouldn't be too upset. You got Bitcoin back to 90. Jensen somehow single-handedly created a $1,500 pump on Bitcoin. NVIDIA again up 2.45%. Google's up 0.5%. Nebius up 3.92%. Tesla's up a little bit. Google's up 2%. Broadcom up another 1.5%. Oracle getting some love. Meta getting some love. You got the S&P itself that's up 0.3%. I mean, we really needed a good quarter, and we got a hell of a quarter. We got the quarter that we needed. Let's see if we can pull up some of their deeper numbers and try to see what else we have.
Man, I'm still trying to get their press release.
You don't see it on their website?
No, I don't see it.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Sometimes if anything, I'll share it on chat.
Okay, yeah, let me share this. Oh, okay, you shared it already. Okay, so some other highlights. Third quarter revenue was 51.2 billion, up 25% from the previous quarter. And that's just that's excluding, or that's just for data center. Blackwell had achieved the highest performance and best overall efficiency in the semi-analysis inference max benchmarks. Dude, shout out to Dylan Patel getting referenced on NVIDIA's earnings. That's crazy. It's incredible. Strategic partnership with OpenAI to deploy at least 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA systems. Reveal plans to accelerate 7 new computers, including with Oracle for the Department of U.S. Energy. 600,000 GPUs being deployed with Humane, which is the subsidiary in Saudi Arabia. Gaming, third quarter gaming revenue was 4.3 billion. We forget NVIDIA's a graphics card company for video games as well. So that's another 4.3 billion. That's up 30% year over year. And then professional visualization, 760 million. That is up 60% year over year. Automotive, 592, up 32% year over year. NVIDIA with their Cosmos synthetic platform to be able to help companies like GM bring in the world of self-driving. There you go. Almost $500 million in revenue in one quarter for that. Okay, so
One thing I also did notice, within the data center market, I have that on the other press release. They talk about networking. Networking was out of the $51 billion in data center revenue, networking was $8 billion, and it was up 162% year over year. So this is kind of what NVIDIA is right, is the whole rack scale solution, and now kind of this whole data center infrastructure. They're not just building or helping build the racks; they help kind of connect everything together. So that networking demand, I think, is going to continue to grow. And $8 billion, this is crazy. It's their networking revenue is probably bigger than some of the actual companies that do networking itself. It just showcases how this company is just taking everyone's market.
Yeah, 13% quarter over quarter networking revenue. They did say that was going to happen though, right? On the second half of 2026, I think they did state that it was going to accelerate, but that still is pretty shocking. I'm surprised, but like purchase of property and equipment, like their CapEx spend went down quarter over quarter. It's only 1.6 billion. They brought in $22 billion of free cash flow. I mean, like everyone else is paying the cost to get NVIDIA's chips, and they remain such an asset-light business for what they really are. I mean, it's incredible. It's such a magical business. And then people complain about them going and buying OpenAI and Anthropic. It's like, what do you want them to do with all this money? Like, just sit on it? Like, I don't know.
You're right, dude. Like, giving me another penny for a dividend is not going to make a difference. They have to invest in the ecosystem.
Yeah. Yeah. And if they are truly a big believer in artificial intelligence, which they are, the dividend's not going to do anything for shareholder value. What it's going to do, if they truly believe in it, which they get, a firsthand look at all these products that these companies are making, they're realizing, oh my God, this is going to change the world. Investing in Anthropic and OpenAI and all of these businesses is going to multiply our investment. That's way better than throwing it in some US treasuries or something like this. Like they're really making the long-term bet.
And Taylor, you mentioned one thing is like they are in the front row seat of these AI companies. Like these AI companies come to them and say, look, I need to have your GPUs do this type of thing because the next model I'm going to create, I expect it to do this. So it's like, I don't know if I don't want to say it, it's like they have that insider knowledge within there of how well these companies are going to go. That's like for them, it's almost like, yeah, might as well just invest in these. They're going to, like you mentioned, buy more GPUs from me. But for me, it's going to also be an asset growing investment at the end of the day. So it's with that amount of free cash flow, and I don't know with the current administration, but I would say prior acquisitions would have probably been blocked off. So maybe instead of doing acquisitions, they rather do these types of investments to keep the ecosystem fully in full survival mode, if ever needed to be.
And no administration, even the next one, would complain if they have a little cut of the entire industry rather than trying to buy up certain strategic acquisitions, which might fall apart later on.
I am just so happy when stocks go higher. Like, I'm just so happy that stock, it kind of sucked the past 3 weeks, just like happiness wise. Like now that stocks are back to, at least for today, NVIDIA pushing 194, just makes you happier, dude.
Today's dinner was honestly going to be frozen pizza. I was just going to throw it in the oven. I'm about to call the wife in a day and tell her that's not it.
Just frozen pizza, not even in the oven. There's no oven.
There's no oven, no heat right now. The heat is not on. All the money being saved to buy more.
Yeah, if I don't use the oven, it's going to help the cost of the data centers spending all that money on energy. I can help the companies I'm investing in.
There you go.
But honestly, whenever a company like NVIDIA continues to sell out their products over and over and over, another thing that needs to be recognized is that they are not selling their chips to just, the first customers. They almost need to be a kingmaker in some sort of respect because they want their customers to come back. So they need to kind of pick winners a little bit. So it is interesting. NVIDIA is almost getting pitched to in the AI space to be like, this is what we are working on. Give us your chips.
It's the VC of the space.
100%. 100%.
The S&P 500 up almost 0.5% after hours. Nebius is up 11%. CoreWeave's up 7%. IREN's up 8%. Cypher's up 10%. Every data center play getting a boost because NVIDIA basically just said demand is real and there's going to need to be a lot more data centers built out for this demand. 193.55. Here's what D.A. Davidson has to say on this quarter.
Circular deals. All these things are valid concerns. They've put pressure on NVIDIA's stock, but sometimes the most important thing is the only thing. The demand for AI compute is growing so fast, the models are getting so good that all of these companies will need to continue to buy NVIDIA into the foreseeable future in order to be able to provide us access to the AI compute we want. Just yesterday, Google came out with Gemini, and we've been talking about how that's on top of TPUs. But the more important takeaway is that this is by far the biggest model trained on the most chips, which tells us we're still on the scaling for compute. So our models are still getting better, even though we're now using gargantuan clusters of chips to train them. That is a very good sign for the demand for NVIDIA.
Okay, we want to get...
Jose, would you kind of agree with that core argument?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the other thing is like we're still just in the chatbot era. Like people still forget that we're still only in the 8-second video making. Right, you're only can make 8-second of videos. What happens when companies are out there using this to make an hour movie or make some 50-hour gameplay of video games? The healthcare industry, the automotive industry, all of these don't need to succeed at one time or don't need to succeed, but the opportunities for one of these to become a huge, the healthcare, I don't know if I mentioned that, for this to become a multi-$100 billion opportunities is out there for every single market. And we only need that one that can take this even higher and higher.
Yeah, that is not stated enough. Like the need. I think Sam Altman was on a podcast recently talking about how agentic AI is going to go from doing tasks that take minutes to tasks that take days. What is the token generations or generation required in order to handle those types of tasks? And you're not going to run one per enterprise. There's going to be running as many as they possibly can to continue to grow their business. So, like, I do think to some degree, I think Cern Basher said this or someone like this, we are almost at that phase of electricity where we're starting to get like the street lamps outside are now being powered by electricity, and yet people are calling it a bubble. Like nobody's homes are run on electricity, no businesses, just the street lamps outside, and people are like, man, these valuations are crazy at forward PEs of 30 times. What are we talking about? Like, and by the way, after this quarter that they just put up, it's really showing like forward PEs of like, what, 27 times or something like this for NVIDIA? It's like cheaper than Microsoft. It's cheaper than most of the Mag 7. I don't know. And I like those businesses too.
And the other thing that I think is really important about this is that let's say the stock does sell off, right? Let's take the super skeptical view that, all right, stock goes back to 185. It becomes cheaper now that the earnings have gone up and the stock continues to go down. Number two, the people that didn't have exposure or the people that were on the fence of AI bubble, the people that are like listening to Michael Burry, they have a chance to see a new quarter that we just got, listen to Jensen over the next 90 minutes and really ask themselves, do I want to be a pessimist for the next 5 years? Or do I want to side with everything that I see is happening in front of me and that has the numbers to back it up? This is not a fairy tale meme stock. These are real numbers trading at a reasonable multiple. You're not paying 700 times earnings, 800 times. You're paying 27 times next year's earnings. Like, and they get to make a decision. And if it does sell off, I think you get a lot of people that get excited to get some exposure and buy that dip.
I mean, it's definitely possible that we do have a pullback because we do have some macro data that's expected right this week. I don't know when, maybe tomorrow or Friday. So it is possible that we get a pullback. But then, like you said, if we get a pullback, we just got numbers. It is getting cheaper, even for a company that is worth, what, $4.6 trillion, still growing 50, 60% year over year. Quite astonishing. Let me actually call Michael Burry. You mad, bro? You mad?
He might be a little mad. He might be a little bit mad. Yeah, there could be reasons for a stock market sell-off that has nothing to do with NVIDIA, right? Jobs, Fed, Trump tweets, all this stuff. But the point is, if NVIDIA sells off after these numbers, given all the fears of AI bubble, I mean, you're going to have a lot of people wondering if that's a really good opportunity. Just like DeepSeek was a great opportunity for a lot of people to build their positions for the first time.
Now I will be afraid to sell off
And
now.
that might happen with NVIDIA here. We got about 20 minutes until we get the numbers. Let's get a little bit more coverage right here, and then I'll give these guys a couple of minutes to think about what question they would ask if they're on the earnings call. But if you are on the call, put in the chat what would be your question you would ask to Jensen.
Increase in capex into 2026. I think that pretty much secures 2026. So for the most part, we're talking about 2027, which is, can we get enough power, and is there enough downstream demand to monetize the previous investments?
All right. Well, James Demert back with us here on set. You already own NVIDIA, so you're happy. You probably don't sell it, but do you buy more?
I think if you don't own enough of it, you got to add more here, John. And I think a lot of people don't own it. I think a lot of people are just, again, underestimating how incredible these numbers can be. Probably going to be that way all the way into 26. So if I own it, which we do, a lot of it, we want to continue to have that position. If your position's not big enough, I think you use this chop. I mean, the stock's down 10% from the high. Here's a great window to go in there and acquire more shares. And I don't think they're going to have any problem with competition in 26. But let's keep in mind, the real risk in NVIDIA isn't the AI cycle because we're early, but it is the product. And you've got Google and Amazon coming along with some chips as well. And that could be something we look at in 26. But boy, this clear ceiling from here.
Yeah, Barbara Duran, who's here on set as well, also a shareholder. Barb, I want to get your thoughts on this report. We just talked about it, the fact that H20 sales were insignificant in the quarter, according to CFO comments. I mean, earlier today, you had Jensen Huang in Washington for this Saudi investment summit as well. And one of the headlines that came out of that is the fact that it looks like the U.S. is now greenlighting these advanced chips for investments in Saudi Arabia. How much does sovereign AI still have a role to play, especially if you do start to see a petering off in coming years of hyperscaler capex?
I think sovereign has a big role, and we haven't even talked about China because that's still very caught up in political ways. But that could be another, if they get permission to sell the Blackwell current generation chips, that could be another $50 billion to them. But the sovereigns are definitely coming, and it's with the hyperscalers at first. Those are the ones that are spending hundreds of billions, but the sovereigns will be quite large. And as long as there's not a political issue in selling to them, this could be big new markets that are happening. So the Saudi Arabians, are going to be one of many, and we've already seen, a bunch of the countries stepping up for this. So.
Got the sovereigns that are coming in. Jose, if you had to ask a question on the call, what do you think your question would be?
I don't know. I know we're supposedly thinking maybe like if you can, Jensen, if you can honestly say like if we're between level 1 to level 10, where are we in the AI stage right now? I'm pretty sure he's going to say level 1, but we'd just love to hear him say it to the overall market.
Okay, Tanner, any thoughts on the question you'd ask?
We heard some commentary around the $500 billion. It's just, what happens to margins up or down during that next 5-6 quarter build out? Is there going to be some compression, or can they keep it at these certain levels? I mean, I'd like to hear some commentary on that.
Neil, any question you'd ask?
Maybe just on the ecosystem, right? The health of the ecosystem, because that's been, the whole market is questioning Oracle, CoreWeave, and all the other players. Maybe his thought around that subject and moving forward, what he's seeing there. I think that could calm the markets as well in this whole is AI bubble type of.
I agree. That was going to be my question. My question would be on the neoclouds. It's like, can you give us a little bit of clarity on why these business models, like why do you have $4 billion of a stake in CoreWeave, right? So I would like him to explain why these business models matter, what's going on with their debt profiles, why their debt is necessary for them to be able to finance the GPU build out that they're leasing to customers. And, if you could calm the markets down about that, I think that would be important.
The funny thing is, well, I'll talk about this and then I'll talk about that. And I can make it a little bit bigger. In case there are some visual learners out there, if you take a look at the numbers that we just saw in this quarter, this is what just happened. Like, we saw a massive step. It's so hard to continuously grow at this rate And many of the bears said, okay, but now you're seeing the downtrend from 265% year-over-year growth, and now it's going to peter out into the, teens level growth and potentially negative if we end up seeing some real competition come in. What we actually saw was a reacceleration of growth, data center growth especially, and just the unbelievable breakout that we are seeing at this scale. This is $57 billion in revenue. That's more than Meta. Okay? $7 billion more than Meta. It's just incredible the size that they've gotten to in 2-3 years.
And Taylor, it's crazy to think that this is without China, right? Imagine if that market this would have been what, $60+ billion this quarter if the China market had ever opened up to them. So I mean, that is just now back to being a huge tailwind if we ever open up that space.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh man,
Tanner, what were you going to say about the Neo clouds?
Oh, yeah, just that their stake in CoreWeave wasn't a $3 to $4 billion investment. It was actually much lower than that, but they've built into it. I think it was a $700 million investment, something like that. And they had done very well to grow into that $4 billion stake.
Got it. That is fair. The call will be in about 15 minutes, folks. Nebius right there, 101. CoreWeave is at 80. Hoodie getting a pump at 122. S&P trying to get to 667. And then NVIDIA trying to bust 195 here.
Today's Wednesday.
I mean, if the call goes well, maybe 200 is back on the way. We are getting into the best part of November. November historically is supposed to be good, but if you really go granular, like the 21st to the 30th is actually when a lot of the gains happen. So I mean, you do have that coming up, and maybe NVIDIA is setting up for that as well. Do you think, Tanner, I'll go to you on this. Do you think the GPU depreciation thing is going to be a big concern for this quarter in terms of questions?
A big concern, I don't know. It's definitely real. I mean, Burry's not wrong, and I don't think to anyone that's been looking in this space that's even a new subject at all. Depreciation is something that they could put many more years out than potentially what those chips are actually going to live through. But I think if you are in that space, you have a little bit of caution whenever their numbers are much higher than maybe you would suspect versus their competitors, and you add a little conservatism for the companies that are putting their depreciation of their chips at really, really low levels, like 3 years or something. It's almost like a benefit knowing that it might actually be a lot better than that.
And I would say Jensen has really done, I mean, in prior discussions, Jensen has mentioned that he directly tells his customers, don't use all your money for one generation, because the next generation is going to be better, and the generation after that is going to be better. Microsoft CEO was recently with Dylan Patel in an interview, and he mentioned that there was a slowdown in Microsoft's CapEx last year, but it wasn't for any risk demand happening. What they just didn't want is to have massive clusters of the Hopper generation, because they were on it to get the Blackwells, they wanted to get the Rubin, and so on and so forth. And he even mentions that Jensen tells him to do that as well. So Jensen controls some of these companies. Would open wallet to Jensen, and Jensen would say, you could do that, but I would recommend this instead. What other businesses out there kind of telling their customers, you can buy everything you want, but I recommend you slow it down and purchase over time instead.
It's a fair point. It is a very fair point, and I think Jensen will address this depreciation issue head on today as well. We got the call in about 12 minutes. Let's get a little more coverage, and then we will get into the call.
Seymour, Tim, it's great to have you back on.
Great to be here, Morgan. Thank you.
All right, what are your thoughts?
I think, so much for not wanting to see AI spend, and so much for people actually getting that chance to buy NVIDIA on a dip. I think there's a lot of disappointed people. The fact of the matter is, GTC told us we were going to be north of 500 billion in terms of where they're going to be on 26 for Blackwell and Rubin. The dynamic on the gross margins was where you wanted it. I like NVIDIA here. I like it not only because it's 29 times forward, but because I think actually you actually took a lot of that fast money out of this. Pardon the fast money environment that we're in, where, of course, everybody wants more fast money. But other than that, I really thought these numbers were strong. Let's see where we kind of settle in. I mean, this reaction is probably even a little bit more muted, considering this was supposed to be the Super Bowl. But they hit the numbers that we kind of knew they were going to hit.
Yeah, I want to go back to the valuation here because you just touched on it, especially after the stock sold off over the last couple of weeks, trading at 29 times forward earnings. That's actually below the 10-year average of 35 times. It's also a slight premium to NASDAQ 100's multiple of roughly 26 times. But of course, most companies are not growing the way NVIDIA is.
No, and of all the hype around the circular AI trades, the fact that NVIDIA has positioned itself as an AI infrastructure company in addition to everything else is probably more hype for everybody else than it is NVIDIA. In other words, this to me, I know this is absurd, but it's almost the least hyped stock out there because, in fact, they're delivering because they are growing and because you mentioned that valuation, which I mentioned, which is that this is not a case where you've got a company that I think is at least priced in extraordinary growth. They've priced in what they're doing.
Tim, what do you make of the after hours action here in overtime with some of these other AI related stocks popping a bit? Is this just a brief short squeeze across AI and some risk? I see Bitcoin back above 90K here in overtime, or is this the start perhaps of the risk on trade getting fresh legs?
Well, tactically going into a short holiday week and where we've come and maybe a sense that you get some payroll data tomorrow that's old, but maybe gives you some sense of, the Fed being actually maybe not as hawkish as they've sounded this week and as they've sounded over the last 10 days. I think you've put some more discernment into the stock picking across the AI space. So I don't think that Micron should trade where it does. I do think that memory and some of the dynamics around the trade that have gotten overly frothy should get shaken out a little bit more. I think the stronger hands are going to be there. I think people are still concerned about how much money Meta's spending. I do think there are opportunities to pick up some of these big companies. Look, if you look across the Mag 7, half of these stocks are now down on the year or flat.
All right. Well, Tim, thank you. And you can hear.
The fun thing about these stocks being down on the year flat like a Meta is that when NVIDIA has this type of an earnings, you would imagine that the reason these companies are continuing to spend is because they see the ROI. So even if there are concerns about CapEx or where the ROI is coming from, you got to trust that Zucks and other people will figure it out. And if that's the case, those are buys.
If I could quickly touch on what he said, is this just hype? And he said, this might be the least hyped stock. It's completely true. If you were to take out what AI spend and all this stuff, if you were to just say, hey, there's a company trading at this multiple, growing at, near 60+% growth rates, margins on net income are staying high, free cash flow margins staying quite high, I think like 38%, something like this quarter. Like total outstanding shares are going down, so they're not diluting to find this growth. If you were to pitch that to someone not knowing the name of the company, that is not hype. The multiple is not meeting up to what we're seeing fundamentally. So there is some concerns that, okay, the infrastructure, this is not recurring revenue or annual recurring revenue. Obviously, there's talk about the maintenance and stuff like this, but there are some concerns that maybe there's going to be a breakthrough or some other customer or custom silicon that'll end up beating NVIDIA in the future. But that is speculation. The numbers we're actually seeing and the numbers they're putting up is the opposite of hype. That's reality, okay? And it's looking unbelievable right now. Yeah. I'm a happy camper.
It's a strange bubble, right? When you see these types of numbers.
Yeah. Was Cisco doing this in the dot-com bubble? Were they putting up $32 billion of net income at a 56% net income margin? I'm curious.
Also, Cisco got to 185 times earnings. The most NVIDIA's got to is like 60. So,
by the way, they've held up that 56% margin for 8 quarters in a row, essentially. Like, is this a flash in the pan, or are we seeing something like a true build out here?
Yeah. Some questions from the chat. People are saying, do you think NVIDIA will add Bitcoin to the balance sheet? I don't think NVIDIA cares about Bitcoin. I don't think they hate Bitcoin or anything like that. I don't even think Jensen would be opposed to it. I just think they have to put a lot more money into the AI ecosystem, and they probably don't want to have the volatility of Bitcoin on the balance sheet.
No, I think you're going to see a lot more either private equity or other tech names show up of the things that they're actually accumulating with their cash. I think you're going to see a real venture arm from NVIDIA. I mean, a big one. And this is, if you guys think this is secular financing, I can't say that. I honestly think we're just at the beginning.
Sick dealer?
Circular finance. I can't say
You
it.
know how to say circular?
No, I could say circular, but circular that is continual. How do you say that?
There's a word for that?
Maybe I'm making up a word. Circular financing. Maybe I made up a word.
I heard sick dealer. I was like, okay, sick dealer. All right. Cyclical. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I made up a word, I think, maybe. But I was thinking circular continually. Okay, we're done.
Circularity?
Okay, but all I'm saying is it will continue. That this is going to continue. They are going to invest in companies that buy NVIDIA chips, and then those companies hopefully do well. Their equity rises as the market sees the products that they're making are real, and then they go and buy more NVIDIA chips, and the cycle continues.
It is quite incredible.
Infinity loop.
Yeah.
Falling Knife, thank you for the $200 super chat. NVIDIA today, at least, was not the falling knife. So thank you for the super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Doug, thank you for the $10 super chat. Chatbots are like Telnet, and the image and video creation are just like the invention of the GIF format for Usenet boards, ancient internet technology. We are so early. That does feel like it's very true. I mean, the chatbots are the worst they're ever going to be. As Tanner was mentioning, the video generation models only being 6 to 8 seconds. It's going to be 6 to 8 hours one day. And every single application in our lives, whether it's in corporate or personal daily use, it's going to be impacted by AI, which is why, when the bubble concerns pop up, it's very annoying to a lot of people because it's like, I'm not going to completely dismiss that there are arguments around circular financing and all this other stuff. These are things to be healthily skeptical of. But I'm using this thing every day. I can't imagine a world without Grok. And so if that's the case in our personal lives, you could imagine 10 years from now, that's only going to get more important, which means NVIDIA likely is more valuable than it is today.
Yeah, and one thing that we saw Anthropic, I think about a week ago, mentioned they were stopping cybersecurity attacks with their agents. I mean, is it impossible to think in a world where countries and companies just have compute available to be running these form of cyber defense agents to make sure that they're not getting attacked by some other entity that's using AI to attack them, right? So it's like the random market opportunities here are insane for AI. And like you mentioned, we're still just in the hello, can you draw me a picture of a cat riding a dragon with a sword or something like that?
Go ahead, Tanner.
No, I was just gonna say I've absolutely killed the chat, and I'm so sorry. It's just I don't know what I was thinking, honestly. Circular.
You should ask Gemini what word you're trying to come up with.
It's just gonna call me an idiot. I'm gonna stick to investing, and you can have the words of the day at the end. I'm done.
Dude, well, that's the good thing about these AI models. They're really supportive. Like last Friday, I haven't had like a real hour-long conversation with an LLM in a while. It's been a few months. I was asking something about taxes. I was going back and forth with Grok. And it was so supportive. It was like, don't worry, Amit. You're not necessarily correct here, but here. I was like, wow, like it was so nice, and I really learned a lot, and it made me like, oh, this is why I pay $50.
Yeah, ChatGPT.
You're talking.
Don't worry, what you're doing is not insider trading.
I talked to my ChatGPT.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like when you learn a new concept and you feel good about it after like going back and forth with super intelligence, it just makes you feel more productive. And I think that applied 10x across or 100x across the entire world, it's going to be a very, very big world and very big opportunity. Okay, 2 minutes until we get this call. I'll put you guys on the spot right here, and same thing with the chat. Do we hold these levels after the call? What do you think? Do we hold the mid 190s after the call?
We have SPY up top.
I hope. I know what hoping does, but I think so. I mean,
yes or no? Take a stance.
Yes. This guy, relax before I get Grok on you. But yes.
Tanner, you think we hold it?
I think we raise above it.
Okay. Neil?
Yeah, I continue with my bullish stance as from before. We're green. We're green even tomorrow.
Even the S&P is up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, if the numbers were kind of subpar, I would say maybe Jensen says something and, you know, things go back. But I really think if he has a good quarter or a good answer to a lot of these questions, the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, we know what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to wake up to all these analysts upgrading their price targets. I mean, that's if they were projecting lower revenue, it's the only thing they can do. We updated the numbers because we were wrong, and now we're going to increase our price target with this new projection.
That is a good point. Now that you have these analyst updates coming into the print tomorrow or after the print tomorrow, I mean, you already have a couple that have already went to 300. It seems like you might get those remaining ones at least in the 250s, which would be very exciting.
At 53 cents.
Okay, I think we are starting. Here we go.
Conference operator today.
Good luck, everyone.
At this time, I would like to welcome everyone to NVIDIA's third quarter earnings call. All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question during this time, simply press star, followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, press star 1 again. Thank you. Toshiya Hari, you may begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the third quarter of fiscal 2026. With me today from NVIDIA are Jensen Huang, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the fourth quarter of fiscal 2026. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It can't be reproduced or transcribed without our prior written consent. During this call, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the disclosure in today's earnings release, our most recent Forms 10-K and 10-Q, and the reports that we may file on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All our statements are made as of today, November 19th, 2025, based on information currently available to us. Except as required by law, we assume no obligation to update any such statements. During this call, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
Thank you, Toshiya. We delivered another outstanding quarter with revenue of $57 billion, up 62% year over year, and a record sequential revenue growth of $10 billion, or 22%. Our customers continue to lean into 3 platform shifts, fueling exponential growth for accelerated computing, powerful AI models, and agentic applications. Yet, we are still in the early innings of these transitions that will impact our work across every industry. We currently have visibility to $500 billion in Blackwell and Rubin revenue from the start of this year through the end of calendar year 2026. By executing our annual product cadence and extending our performance leadership through full stack design, we believe NVIDIA will be the superior choice for the $3 to $4 trillion in annual AI infrastructure build we estimate by the end of the decade. Demand for AI infrastructure continues to exceed our expectations. The clouds are sold out, and our GPU installed base, both new and previous generations, including Blackwell, Hopper, and Ampere, is fully utilized. Record Q3 data center revenue of $51 billion increased 66% year over year, a significant feat at our scale. Compute grew 56% year over year, driven primarily by the GB300 ramp, while networking more than doubled, given the onset of NVLink scale-up and robust double-digit growth across Spectrum X Ethernet and Quantum X InfiniBand. The world hyperscalers, a $1 trillion industry, are transforming search, recommendations, and content understanding from classical machine learning to generative AI. NVIDIA CUDA excels at both and is the ideal platform for this transition, driving infrastructure investment measured in hundreds of billions of dollars. At Meta, AI recommendation systems are delivering higher quality and more relevant content, leading to more time spent on apps such as Facebook and Threads. Analyst expectations for the top CSPs and hyperscalers in 2026 aggregate CapEx have continued to increase and now sit roughly at $600 billion, more than $200 billion higher relative to the start of the year. We see the transition to accelerated computing and generative AI across current hyperscale workloads contributing toward roughly half of our long-term opportunity. Another growth pillar is the ongoing increase in compute spend driven by foundation model builders such as Anthropic, Mistral, OpenAI, Reflection, Safe Superintelligence, Thinking Machines Lab, and xAI, all scaling compute aggressively to scale intelligence. The three scaling laws, pre-training, post-training, and inference, remain intact. In fact, we see a positive virtuous cycle emerging whereby the three scaling laws and access to compute are generating better intelligence and in turn increasing adoption and profits. OpenAI recently shared that their weekly user base has grown to 800 million. Enterprise customers has increased to 1 million, and that their gross margins were healthy. While Anthropic recently reported that its annualized run rate revenue has reached $7 billion as of last month, up from $1 billion at the start of the year. We are also witnessing a proliferation of agentic AI across various industries and tasks. Companies such as Cursor, Anthropic, Open Evidence, Epic, and Abridge are experiencing a surge in user growth as they supercharge the existing workforce, delivering unquestionable ROI for coders and healthcare professionals. The world's most important enterprise software platforms like ServiceNow, CrowdStrike, and SAP are integrating NVIDIA's accelerated computing and AI stack. Our new partner, Palantir, is supercharging the incredibly popular ontology platform with NVIDIA CUDA-X libraries and AI models for the first time. Previously, like most enterprise software platforms, ontology runs only on CPUs. Lowe's is leveraging the platform to build supply chain agility, reducing costs and improving customer satisfaction. Enterprises broadly are leveraging AI to boost productivity, increase efficiency, and reduce cost. RBC is leveraging agentic AI to drive significant analyst productivity, slashing report generation time from hours to minutes. AI and digital twins are helping Unilever accelerate content creation by 2x and cut costs by 50%. And Salesforce's engineering team has seen at least 30% productivity increase in new code development after adopting Cursor. This past quarter, we announced AI factory and infrastructure projects amounting to an aggregate of 5 million GPUs. This demand spans every market: CSPs, sovereigns, model builders, enterprises, and supercomputing centers, and includes multiple landmark buildouts. xAI's Colossus II, the world's first gigawatt-scale data center. Lilly's AI factory for drug discovery, the pharmaceutical industry's most powerful data center. And just today, AWS and Humane expanded their partnership, including the deployment of up to 150,000 AI accelerators, including our GB300. xAI and Humane also announced a partnership in which the two will jointly develop a network of world-class GPU data centers anchored by the flagship 500 megawatt facility. Blackwell gained further momentum in Q3 as GB300 crossed over GB200 and contributed roughly 2/3 of the total Blackwell revenue of up to 150,000 AI accelerators, including our GB300. xAI and Humane also announced a partnership in which the two will jointly develop a network of world-class GPU data centers anchored by the flagship 500 megawatt facility. Blackwell gained further momentum in Q3 as GB300 crossed over GB200 and contributed roughly 2/3 of the total Blackwell revenue. The transition to GB300 has been seamless, with production shipments to the major cloud service providers, hyperscalers, and GP clouds, and is already driving their growth. The Hopper platform, in its 13th quarter since inception, recorded approximately $2 billion in revenue in Q3. H20 sales were approximately $50 million. Sizable purchase orders never materialized in the quarter due to geopolitical issues and the increasingly competitive market in China. While we were disappointed in the current state that prevents us from shipping more competitive data center compute products to China, we are committed to continued engagement with the US and China governments, and will continue to advocate for America's ability to compete around the world. To establish a sustainable leadership position in AI computing, America must win the support of every developer and be the platform of choice for every commercial business, including those in China. The Rubin platform is on track to ramp in the second half of 2026. Powered by 7 chips, the Vera Rubin platform will once again deliver an X-factor improvement in performance relative to Blackwell. We have received silicon back from our supply chain partners and are happy to report that NVIDIA teams across the world are executing the bring up beautifully. Rubin is our 3rd generation rack scale system, substantially redefined the manufacturability while remaining compatible with Grace Blackwell. Our supply chain, data center, ecosystem, and cloud partners have now mastered the build to installation process of NVIDIA's rack architecture. Our ecosystem will be ready for a fast Rubin ramp. Our annual X-factor performance leap increases performance per dollar while driving down computing costs for our customers. The long useful life of NVIDIA's CUDA GPUs is a significant TCO advantage over accelerators. CUDA's compatibility and our massive installed base extend the life of NVIDIA systems well beyond their original estimated useful life. For more than 2 decades, we have optimized the CUDA ecosystem, improving existing workloads, accelerating new ones, and increasing throughput with every software release. Most accelerators without CUDA and NVIDIA's time-tested and versatile architecture became obsolete within a few years as model technologies evolve. Thanks to CUDA, the A100 GPUs we shipped 6 years ago are still running at full utilization today, powered by vastly improved software stack. We have evolved over the past 25 years from a gaming GPU company to now an AI data center infrastructure company. Our ability to innovate across the CPU, the GPU, networking, and software, and ultimately drive down cost per token is unmatched across the industry. Our networking business, purpose-built for AI, and now the largest in the world, generated revenue of $8.2 billion, up 162% year over year, with NVLink, InfiniBand, and Spectrum-X Ethernet all contributing to growth. We are winning in data center networking as the majority of AI deployments now include our switches with Ethernet GPU attach rates roughly on par with InfiniBand. Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, and xAI are building gigawatt AI factories with Spectrum X Ethernet switches, and each will run its operating system of choice, highlighting the flexibility and openness of our platform. We recently introduced Spectrum XGS, a scale-across technology that enables gigascale AI factories. NVIDIA is the only company with AI scale-up, scale-out, and scale-across platforms, reinforcing our unique position in the market as the AI infrastructure provider. Customer interest in NVLink Fusion continues to grow. We announced a strategic collaboration with Fujitsu in October, where we will integrate Fujitsu's CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs via NVLink Fusion, connecting our large ecosystems. We also announced a collaboration with Intel to develop multiple generations of custom data center and PC products, connecting NVIDIA and Intel's ecosystems using NVLink. This week at Supercomputing 25, ARM announced that it will be integrating NVLink IP for customers to build CPU SoCs that connect with NVIDIA. Currently on its 5th generation, NVLink is the only proven scale-up technology available on the market today. In the latest MLPerf training results, Blackwell Ultra delivered 5x faster time to train than Hopper. NVIDIA swept every benchmark. Notably, NVIDIA is the only training platform to leverage FP4 while meeting the MLPerf's strict accuracy standards. In semi-analysis inference max benchmark, Blackwell achieved the highest performance and lowest total cost of ownership across every model and use case. Particularly important is Blackwell's NVLink's performance on a mixture of experts, the architecture for the world's most popular reasoning models. On DeepSeek R1, Blackwell delivered 10x higher performance per watt and 10x lower cost per token versus H200, a huge generational leap fueled by our extreme co-design approach. NVIDIA Dynamo, an open source, low latency modular inference framework, has now been adopted by every major cloud service provider, leveraging Dynamo's enablement and disaggregated inference. The resulting increase in performance of complex AI models, such as MOE models, AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, and OCI, have boosted AI inference performance for enterprise cloud customers. We are working on a strategic partnership with OpenAI, focused on helping them build and deploy at least 10 gigawatts of AI data centers. In addition, we have the opportunity to invest in the company. We serve OpenAI through their cloud partners, Microsoft Azure, OCI, and CoreWeave. We will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. As they continue to scale, we are delighted to support the company to add self-build infrastructure, and we are working toward a definitive agreement and are excited to support OpenAI's growth. Yesterday, we celebrated an announcement with Anthropic. For the first time, Anthropic is adopting NVIDIA, and we are establishing a deep technology partnership to support Anthropic's fast growth. We will collaborate to optimize Anthropic models for CUDA and deliver the best possible performance, efficiency, and TCO. We will also optimize future NVIDIA architectures for Anthropic workloads. Anthropic's compute commitment is initially including up to 1 gigawatt of compute capacity with Grace Blackwell and Vera Rubin systems. Our strategic investments in Anthropic, Mistral, OpenAI, Reflection, Thinking Machines, and other represent partnerships that grow the NVIDIA CUDA AI ecosystem and enable every model to run optimally on NVIDIA's everywhere. We will continue to invest strategically while preserving our disciplined approach to cash flow management. Physical AI is already a multi-billion-dollar business addressing a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity and the next leg of growth for NVIDIA. Leading U.S. manufacturers and robotics innovators are leveraging NVIDIA's three-computer architecture to train on NVIDIA, test on Omniverse computer, and deploy real-world AI on Jetson robotic computers. PTC and Siemens introduced new services that bring Omniverse-powered digital twin workflows to their extensive installed base of customers. Companies including Belden, Caterpillar, Foxconn, Lucid Motors, Toyota, TSMC, and Wistron are building Omniverse digital twin factories to accelerate AI-driven manufacturing and automation. Agility Robotics, Amazon Robotics, Figure, and Skilled at AI are building our platform, tapping offerings such as NVIDIA Cosmos World Foundation Models for development, Omniverse for simulation and validation, and Jetson to power next-generation intelligent robots. We remain focused on building resiliency and redundancy in our global supply chain. Last month, in partnership with TSMC, we celebrated the first Blackwell wafer produced on U.S. soil. We will continue to work with Foxconn, Wistron, Amkor, Spill, and others to grow our presence in the U.S. over the next 4 years. Gaming revenue was $4.3 billion, up 30% year on year, driven by strong demand as Blackwell momentum continued. End market sell-through remains robust, and channel inventories are at normal levels heading into the holiday season. Steam recently broke its concurrent user record with 42 million gamers, while thousands of fans packed the GeForce Gamer Festival in South Korea to celebrate 25 years of GeForce. NVIDIA Pro Visualization has evolved into computers for engineers and developers, whether for graphics or for AI. Professional visualization revenue was $760 million, up 56% year over year, was another record. Growth was driven by DGX Spark, the world's smallest AI supercomputer, built on a small configuration of Grace Blackwell. Automotive revenue was $592 million, up 32% year over year, primarily driven by self-driving solutions. We are partnering with Uber to scale the world's largest Level 4 ready autonomous fleet, built on the new NVIDIA Hyperion L4 robotaxi reference architecture. Moving to the rest of the P&L, GAAP gross margins were 73.4% and non-GAAP gross margins was 73.6%, exceeding our outlook. Gross margins increased sequentially due to our data center mix, improved cycle time, and cost structure. GAAP operating expenses were up 8% sequentially and up 11% on non-GAAP basis. The growth was driven by infrastructure compute, as well as higher compensation and benefits and engineering development costs. Non-GAAP effective tax rate for the third quarter was just over 17%, higher than our guidance of 16.5% due to the strong U.S. revenue. On our balance sheet, inventory grew 32% quarter over quarter, while supply commitments increased 63% sequentially. We are preparing for significant growth ahead and feel good about our ability to execute against our opportunity set. Okay, let me turn to the outlook for the fourth quarter. Total revenue is expected to be $65 billion, plus or minus 2%. At the midpoint, our outlook implies 14% sequential growth, driven by continued momentum in the Blackwell architecture. Consistent with last quarter, we are not assuming any data center compute revenue from China. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 74.8% and 75%, respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. Looking ahead, to fiscal year 2027, input costs are on the rise, but we are working to hold gross margins in the mid-70s. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $6.7 billion and $5 billion, respectively. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be an income of approximately $500 million, excluding gains and losses from non-marketable and publicly held equity securities. GAAP and non-GAAP taxes are expected to be 17%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. At this time, let me turn the call over to Jensen for him to say a few words.
Thanks, Colette. There's been a lot of talk about an AI bubble. From our vantage point, we see something very different. As a reminder, NVIDIA is unlike any other accelerator. We excel at every phase of AI, from pre-training and post-training to inference. And with our 2-decade investment in CUDA-X acceleration libraries, we are also exceptional at science and engineering simulations, computer graphics, structured data processing, to classical machine learning. The world is undergoing 3 massive platform shifts at once. The first time since the dawn of Moore's Law. NVIDIA is uniquely addressing each of the 3 transformations. The first transition is from CPU general purpose computing to GPU accelerated computing, as Moore's Law slows. The world has a massive investment in non-AI software, from data processing to science and engineering simulations, representing hundreds of billions of dollars in cloud computing spend each year. Many of these applications, which ran once exclusively on CPUs, are now rapidly shifting to CUDA GPUs. Accelerated computing has reached a tipping point. Secondly, AI is also reached a tipping point and is transforming existing applications while enabling entirely new ones. For existing applications, generative AI is replacing classical machine learning in search ranking, recommender systems, ad targeting, click-through prediction, to content moderation, the very foundations of hyperscale infrastructure. Meta's GEM, a foundation model for ad recommendations trained on large-scale GPU clusters, exemplifies this shift. In Q2, Meta reported over a 5% increase in ad conversions on Instagram and 3% gain on Facebook feed, driven by generative AI-based GEM. Transitioning to generative AI represents substantial revenue gains for hyperscalers. Now a new wave is rising. Agentic AI systems, capable of reasoning, planning, and using tools. From coding assistants like Cursor and Claude Code to radiology tools like iDoc, legal assistants like Harvey, and AI chauffeurs like Tesla FSD and Waymo. These systems mark the next frontier of computing. The fastest growing companies in the world today, OpenAI, Anthropic, xAI, Google, Cursor, Lovable, Replit, Cognition AI, Open Evidence, Abridged, Tesla, are pioneering agentic AI. So there are 3 massive platform shifts. The transition to accelerated computing is foundational and necessary, essential in a post-Moore's Law era. The transition to generative AI is transformational and necessary, supercharging existing applications and business models. And the transition to agentic and physical AI will be revolutionary, giving rise to new applications, companies, products, and services. As you consider infrastructure investments, consider these three fundamental dynamics. Each will contribute to infrastructure growth in the coming years. NVIDIA is chosen because our singular architecture enables all three transitions, and thus so for any form and modality of AI, across all industries, across every phase of AI, across all of the diverse computing needs in a cloud, and also from cloud to enterprise to robots. One architecture. Toshiya, back to you.
We will now open the call for questions. Operator, would you please pull for questions?
All right, Q&A.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to remind everyone, in order to ask a question, press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. We'll pause for just a moment to compile the Q&A roster. As a reminder, please limit yourself to one question. Thank you. Our first question comes from Joseph Moore with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Great, thank you. I wonder if you could update us. You talked about the $500 billion of revenue for Blackwell plus Rubin in 25 and 26 at GTC. At that time, you talked about $150 billion of that already having been shipped. So as the quarter's wrapped up, are those still kind of the general parameters that there's $350 billion in the next kind of 14 months or so? And I would assume over that time you haven't seen all the demand that there is. There's any possibility of upside to those numbers as we move forward?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'll start first with a response here on that. Yes, that's correct. We are working into our $500 billion forecast, and we are on track for that as we have finished some of the quarters, and now we have several quarters now in front of us to take us through the end of calendar year 26. The number will grow, and we will achieve, I'm sure, additional needs for compute that will be shippable by fiscal year 26. So we shipped 50 billion this quarter, but we would be not finished if we didn't say that we'll probably be taking more orders. For example, just even today, our announcements with KSA, and that agreement in itself is 400 to 600,000 more GPUs over 3 years. Anthropic is also net new. So there's definitely an opportunity for us to have more on top of the 500 billion that we announced.
The next question comes from CJ Muse with Cantor Fitzgerald. Your line is open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. There's clearly a great deal of consternation around the magnitude of AI infrastructure buildouts and the ability to fund such plans and the ROI. Yet, at the same time, you're talking about being sold out. Every stood up GP is taken. The AI world hasn't seen the enormous benefit yet, from B300, never mind Rubin, and Gemini 3 just announced Grok 5 coming soon. And so the question is this: when you look at that as the backdrop, do you see a realistic path for supply to catch up with demand over the next 12 to 18 months, or do you think it can extend beyond that time frame?
Well, as you know, we've done a really good job planning our supply chain. NVIDIA's supply chain basically includes every technology company in the world. And TSMC and their packaging and our memory vendors and memory partners and all of our system ODMs have done a really good job planning with us. And we were planning for a big year. We've seen for some time the three transitions that I spoke about just a second ago: accelerated computing from general purpose computing. And it's really important to recognize that AI is not just agentic AI, but generative AI is transforming the way that hyperscalers did the work that they used to do on CPUs. Generative AI made it possible for them to move search and recommender systems and add recommendations and targeting. All of that has been moved to generative AI, and it's still transitioning. And so whether you installed NVIDIA GPUs for data processing, or you did it for generative AI for your recommender system, or you're building it for agentic chatbots and the type of AIs that most people see when they think about AI, all of those applications are accelerated by NVIDIA. And so when you look at the totality of the spend, it's really important to think about each one of those layers. They're all growing. They're related, but not the same. But the wonderful thing is that they all run on NVIDIA GPUs. Simultaneously, because the quality of the AI models are improving so incredibly, the adoption of it in the different use cases, whether it's in code assistance, which NVIDIA uses fairly exhaustively, and we're not the only one. I mean, the fastest growing application in history, combination of Cursor and Claude Code and OpenAI's Codex and GitHub Copilot. These applications are the fastest growing in history. And it's not just used for software engineers, it's used because of vibe coding, it's used by engineers and marketeers all over companies, supply chain planners all over companies. And so I think that that's just one example, and the list goes on, whether it's open evidence and the work that they do in healthcare, or the work that's being done in digital video editing, Runway. And I mean, the number of really, really exciting startups that are taking advantage of generative AI and agentic AI is growing quite rapidly. And not to mention, we're all using it a lot more. And so all of these exponentials, not to mention, just today I was reading a text from Demis, and he was saying that pre-training and post-training are fully intact, and Gemini 3 takes advantage of the scaling laws and received a huge jump in quality and performance, model performance. And so we're seeing all of these exponentials kind of running at the same time. And just always go back to first principles and think about what's happening from each one of the dynamics that I mentioned before, general purpose computing to accelerated computing, generative AI replacing classical machine learning, and of course, agentic AI, which is a brand new category.
The next question comes from Vivek Arya with Bank of America Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my question. I'm curious, what assumptions are you making on NVIDIA content per gigawatt in that 500 billion number? Because we have heard numbers as low as 25 billion per gigawatt of content to as high as 30 or 40 billion per gigawatt. So I'm curious what power and what dollar per gigawatt assumptions you are making as part of that 500 billion number. And then longer term, Jensen, the 3 to 4 trillion in data center by 2030 was mentioned. How much of that do you think will require vendor financing, and how much of that can be supported by cash flows of your large customers or governments or enterprises? Thank you.
In each generation, from Ampere to Hopper, from Hopper to Blackwell, Blackwell to Rubin, a part of the data center increases, and Hopper generation was probably something along the lines of 20 to 25. Blackwell generation, Grace Blackwell particularly, is probably 30, say 30 plus or minus, and then Rubin is probably higher than that. And in each one of these generations, the speed up is X factors, and therefore their TCO, the customer TCO, improves by X factors. And the most important thing is, in the end, you still only have 1 gigawatt of power. 1 gigawatt data centers, 1 gigawatt of power, and therefore performance per watt, the efficiency of your architecture, is incredibly important. And the efficiency of your architecture can't be brute forced. There is no brute forcing about it. That 1 gigawatt translates directly, your performance per watt translates directly, absolutely directly to your revenues, which is the reason why choosing the right architecture matters so much now. The world doesn't have an excess of anything to squander. And so we have to be really, really, we use this concept called co-design across our entire stack, across the frameworks and models, across the entire data center, even power and cooling, optimized across the entire supply chain in our ecosystem. And so each generation, our economic contribution will be greater, our value delivered will be greater, but the most important thing is our energy efficiency per watt is going to be extraordinary every single generation. With respect to growing continuing to grow, our customers' financing is up to them. We see the opportunity to grow for quite some time. And remember, today, most of the focus has been on the hyperscalers. And one of the areas that is really misunderstood about the hyperscalers is that the investment on NVIDIA GPUs not only improves their scale, speed, and cost from general purpose computing. That's number one, because Moore's law scaling has really slowed. Moore's law is about driving costs down. It's about deflationary cost, the incredible deflationary cost of computing over time, but that has slowed. Therefore, a new approach is necessary for them to keep driving the cost down. Going to NVIDIA GPU computing is really the best way to do so. The second is revenue boosting in their current business models. Recommender systems drive the world's hyperscalers. Every single, whether it's watching short form videos or recommending books or recommending the next item in your basket, to recommending ads, to recommending news, it's all about recommenders. The internet has trillions of pieces of content. How could they possibly figure out what to put in front of you in your little tiny screen unless they have really sophisticated recommender systems to do so? Well, that has gone generative AI. So the first two things that I just said, hundreds of billions of dollars of CapEx is going to have to be invested, is fully cash flow funded. What is above it, therefore, is agentic AI. This is revenue, is net new consumption, but it's also net new applications. And some of the applications I mentioned before, but these new applications are also the fastest growing applications in history. Okay, so I think that you're going to see that once people start to appreciate what is actually happening under the water, if you will, from the simplistic view of what's happening to CapEx investment, recognizing there's these three dynamics. And then lastly, remember, we were just talking about the American CSPs. Each country will fund their own infrastructure. And you have multiple countries, you have multiple industries. Most of the world's industries haven't really engaged agentic AI yet, and they're about to. All the names of companies that we're working with, whether it's autonomous vehicle companies or digital twins for physical AI for factories, and the number of factories and warehouses being built around the world, just the number of digital biology startups that are being funded so that we could accelerate drug discovery. All of those different industries are now getting engaged, and they're going to do their own fundraising. And so don't just look at the hyperscalers as a way to build out for the future. You got to look at the world. You got to look at all the different industries, and enterprise computing is going to fund their own industry.
The next question comes from Ben Reitzes with Melius. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks a lot. Jensen, I wanted to ask you about cash. Speaking of $500 billion, you may generate about $500 billion in free cash flow over the next couple of years. What are your plans for that cash? How much goes to buyback versus investing in the ecosystem? And how do you look at investing in the ecosystem? I think there's just a lot of confusion out there about how these deals work and your criteria for doing those, like the Anthropic, the OpenAIs, et cetera. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, appreciate the question. Of course, using cash to fund our growth. No company has ever grown at the scale that we're talking about and have the connection and the depth and the breadth of supply chain that NVIDIA has. The reason why our entire customer base can rely on us is because we've secured a really resilient supply chain, and we have the balance sheet to support them. when we make purchases, our suppliers can take it to the bank. When we make forecasts and we plan with them, they take us seriously because of our balance sheet. We're not making up the offtake. We know what our offtake is, and because they've been planning with us for so many years, our reputation and our credibility is incredible. And so it takes really strong balance sheet to do that, to support the level of growth and the rate of growth and the magnitude associated with that. So that's number one. The second thing, of course, we're going to continue to do stock buybacks. We're going to continue to do that. But with respect to the investments, this is really, really important work that we do. All of the investments that we've done so far, well, all the way, period, is associated with expanding the reach of CUDA, expanding the ecosystem. If you look at the work that the investments that we did with OpenAI, it's, of course, that relationship we've had since 2016. I delivered the first AI supercomputer ever made to OpenAI. And so we've had a close and wonderful relationship with OpenAI since then. And everything that OpenAI does runs on NVIDIA today. So all the clouds that they deploy in, whether it's training and inference, runs NVIDIA, and we love working with them. The partnership that we have with them is one so that we could work even deeper from a technical perspective, so that we could support their accelerated growth. This is a company that's growing incredibly fast, and don't just look at what is said in the press. Look at all the ecosystem partners and all the developers that are connected to OpenAI, and they're all driving consumption of it. And the quality of the AI that's being produced, huge step up since a year ago. And so the quality of response is extraordinary. So we invest in OpenAI for a deep partnership in co-development to expand our ecosystem and support their growth. And of course, rather than giving up a share of our company, we get a share of their company. And we invested in them in one of the most consequential once-in-a-generation company that we have a share of. And so I fully expect that investment to translate to extraordinary returns. Now, in the case of Anthropic, this is the first time that Anthropic will be on NVIDIA's architecture. The first time Anthropic will be on NVIDIA's architecture. Is the second most successful AI in the world in terms of total number of users. But in enterprise, they're doing incredibly well. Claude Code is doing incredibly well. Claude is doing incredibly well all over the world's enterprise. And now we have the opportunity to have a deep partnership with them and bringing Claude onto the NVIDIA platform. And so what do we have now? NVIDIA's architecture, taking a step back, NVIDIA's architecture, NVIDIA's platform is the singular platform in the world that runs every AI model. We run OpenAI, we run Anthropic, we run xAI. Because of our deep partnership with Elon and xAI, we were able to bring that opportunity to Saudi Arabia, to the KSA, so that Humane could also be a hosting opportunity for xAI. We run xAI, we run Gemini, we run thinking machines. Let's see, what else do we run? We run them all. And so not to mention, we run the science models, the biology models, DNA models, gene models, chemical models, and all the different fields around the world. It's not just cognitive AI that the world uses. AI is impacting every single industry. And so we have the ability, through the ecosystem investments that we make, to deeply partner on a technical basis with some of the best companies, most brilliant companies in the world. We're expanding the reach of our ecosystem, and we're getting a share and investment in what will be a very successful company, oftentimes once in a generation company. And so that's our investment thesis.
The next question comes from Jim Schneider with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. In the past, you've talked about roughly 40% of your shipments tied to AI inference. I'm wondering, as you look forward into next year, where do you expect that percentage could go in say, a year's time? And can we maybe address the Rubin CPX product you expect to introduce next year and contextualize that? How big of the overall TAM you expect that can take, and maybe talk about some of the target customer applications for that specific product? Thank you.
CPX is designed for long context type of workload generation. And so long context, basically, before you start generating answers, you have to read a lot, basically, long context. And it could be a bunch of PDFs, it could be watching a bunch of videos, studying 3D images, so on and so forth. You have to absorb the context. And so CPX is designed for long context type of workloads. And its perf per dollar is excellent. Its perf per watt is excellent. And which made me forget the first part of the question.
Inferencing.
Oh, inference. Yeah, there are 3 scaling laws that are scaling at the same time. The first scaling law, called pre-training, continues to be very effective. And the second is post-training. Post-training basically has found incredible algorithms for improving an AI's ability to break a problem down and solve a problem step by step. And post-training is scaling exponentially. Basically, the more compute you apply to a model, the smarter it is, the more intelligent it is. And then the third is inference. Inference, because of chain of thought, because of reasoning capabilities, AIs are essentially reading, thinking before it answers. And the amount of computation necessary as a result of those 3 things has gone completely exponential. I think that it's hard to know exactly what the percentage will be at any given point in time and who. But of course, our hope is that inference is a very large part of the market, because if inference is large, then what it suggests is that people are using it in more applications, and they're using it more frequently. And that's, we should all hope for inference to be very large. And this is where Grace Blackwell is just an order of magnitude better, more advanced than anything in the world. The second best platform is H200. And it's very clear now that GB200, GB300, because of NVLink 72, the scale-up network that we have, achieve, and you saw, and Colette talked about in the semi-analysis benchmark, it's the largest single inference benchmark ever done. And GB200, NVLink 72, is 10 to 15 times higher performance. And so that's a big step up. It's going to take a long time before somebody is able to take that on. And our leadership there is surely multi-year. Yeah. And so I'm hoping that inference becomes a very big deal. Our leadership in inference is extraordinary.
The next question comes from Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. Jensen, many of your customers are pursuing behind-the-meter power, but what's the single biggest bottleneck that worries you that could constrain your growth? Is it power, or maybe it's financing, or maybe it's something else like memory or even foundry? Thanks a lot.
Good question.
Well, these are all issues, and they're all constraints. And the reason for that, when you're growing at the rate that we are and the scale that we are, how could anything be easy? What NVIDIA is doing obviously has never been done before. And we've created a whole new industry. On the one hand, we are transitioning computing from general purpose and classical or traditional computing to accelerated computing and AI. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we created a whole new industry called AI factories. The idea that in order for software to run, you need these factories to generate it, generate every single token instead of retrieving information that was pre-created. And so I think this whole transition requires extraordinary scale. And all the way from the supply chain, of course, the supply chain, we have much better visibility and control over it because obviously we're incredibly good at managing our supply chain. We have great partners that we've worked with for 33 years. And so the supply chain part of it, we're quite confident. Now, looking down our supply chain, we've now established partnerships with so many players in land and power and shell, and of course financing. These things, none of these things are easy, but they're all tractable and they're all solvable things. And the most important thing that we have to do is do a good job planning. We plan up the supply chain, down the supply chain. We've established a whole lot of partners, and so we have a lot of routes to market. And very importantly, our architecture has to deliver the best value to the customers that we have. And so at this point, I'm very confident that NVIDIA's architecture is the best performance per TCO. It is the best performance per watt, and therefore for any amount of energy that is delivered, our architecture will drive the most revenues. And I think the increasing rate of our success, I think that we're more successful this year at this point than we were last year at this point. The number of customers coming to us and the number of platforms coming to us after they've explored others is increasing, not decreasing. And so I think I think all of that is just, all the things that I've been telling you over the years are really coming true and or becoming evident.
Next question comes from Stacy Raskin with Bernstein Research. Your line is open.
Questions. Colette, I had some questions on margins. You said for next year you're working to hold them in the mid-70s. So I guess, first of all, what are the biggest cost increases? Is it just memory or is it something else? What are you doing to work toward that? How much is cost optimizations versus pre-buys versus pricing? And then also, how should we think about OpEx growth next year, given the revenues seem likely to grow materially from where we're running right now?
Thanks, Stacey. Let me see if I can start with remembering where we were with the current fiscal year that we're in. Remember, earlier this year, we indicated that through cost improvements and mix that we would exit the year in our gross margins in the mid-70s. We've achieved that and getting ready to also execute that in Q4. So now it's time for us to communicate where are we working right now in terms of next year. Next year, there are input prices that are well known in the industries that we need to work through. And our systems are by no means very easy to work with. There are a tremendous amount of components, many different parts of it as we think about that. So we're taking all of that into account, but we do believe if we look at working again on cost improvements, cycle time, and mix, that we will work to try and hold at our gross margins in the mid-70s. So that's our overall plan for gross margin. Your second question is around OpEx. And right now, our goal in terms of OpEx is to really make sure that we are innovating with our engineering teams, with all of our business teams, to create more and more systems for this market. As you know, right now we have a new architecture coming out, and that means they are quite busy in order to meet that goal. And so we're going to continue to see our investments on innovating more and more, both our software, both our systems, and our hardware to do so. I'll turn it to Jensen if he wants to add in a couple more comments.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think the only thing that I would add is remember that we plan, we forecast, we plan, and we negotiate with our supply chain well in advance. Our supply chain have known for quite a long time our requirements, and they've known for quite a long time our demand, and we've been working with them and negotiating with them for quite a long time. And so I think the recent surge, obviously quite significant, but remember our supply chain has been working with us for a very long time, and so in many cases we've secured a lot of supply for ourselves, because obviously they're working with the largest company in the world in doing so, And we've also been working closely with them on the financial aspects of it and securing forecasts and plans and so on and so forth. So I think all of that has worked out well for us.
Your final question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. Jensen, the question's for you. You know, as you think about the Anthropic deal that was announced and just the overall breadth of your customers, I'm curious if your thoughts around the role that AI ASICs or dedicated XPUs play in these architecture build-outs has changed at all. Have you seen, you know, I think you've been fairly adamant in the past that some of these programs never really see deployment, but I'm curious if we're at a point where maybe that's even changed more in favor of just GPU architecture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the question. So first of all, you're not competing against teams. You're against a company. You're competing against teams, and there just aren't that many teams in the world who are extraordinary at building these incredibly complicated things. You know, back in the Hopper day and the Ampere days, we would build one GPU. That's the definition of an accelerated AI system. But today, we've got to build entire racks, three different types of switches: a scale up, a scale out, and a scale across switch. And it takes a lot more than one chip to build a compute node anymore. Everything about that computing system, because AI needs to have memory, AI didn't used to have memory at all. Now it has to remember things. The amount of memory and context it has is gigantic. The memory architecture implication is incredible. The diversity of models, from mixture of experts to dense models to diffusion models to autoregressive, not to mention, biological models that obeys the laws of physics. The list of different types of models have exploded in the last several years. And so the challenge is the complexity of the problem is much higher. The diversity of AI models is incredibly large. And so this is where, if I will say, the 5 things that makes us special, if you will. The first thing I would say that makes us special is that we accelerate every phase of that transition. That's the first phase. That CUDA allows us to have CUDA X for transitioning from general purpose accelerated computing. We're incredibly good at generative AI. We're incredibly good at agentic AI. So every single phase of that, every single layer of that transition, we are excellent at. You can invest in one architecture, use it across the board. You can use one architecture and not worry about the changes in the workload across those 3 phases. That's number 1. Number 2, we're excellent at every phase of AI. Everybody's always known that we're incredibly good at pre-training. We're obviously very good at post-training, and we're incredibly good, as it turns out, at inference, because inference is really, really hard. How could thinking be easy? People think that inference is one shot and therefore it's easy. Anybody could approach the market that way. But it turns out to be the hardest of all, because thinking, as it turns out, is quite hard. We're great at every phase of AI, the second thing. The third thing is we're now the only architecture in the world that runs every AI model, every frontier AI model. We run open source AI models incredibly well. We run science models, biology models, robotics models. We run every single model. We're the only architecture in the world that can claim that. It doesn't matter whether you're autoregressive or diffusion based. We run everything. And we run it for every major platform, as I just mentioned. So we run every model. And then the fourth thing I would say is that we're in every cloud. The reason why developers love us is because we're literally everywhere. We're in every cloud. We're in every, we could even make you a little tiny cloud called DGX Spark. And so we're in every computer. We're everywhere, from cloud to on-prem to robotic systems, edge devices, PCs, you name it. One architecture, things just work. It's incredible. And then the last thing, and this is probably the most important thing, the fifth thing, is if you are a cloud service provider, if you're a new company like Humane, if you're a new company like CoreWeave or Nscale or Nebius, or OCI for that matter, The reason why NVIDIA is the best platform for you is because our offtake is so diverse. We can help you with offtake. It's not about just putting a random ASIC into a data center. Where's the offtake coming from? Where's the diversity coming from? Where's the resilience coming from? The versatility of the architecture coming from, the diversity of capability coming from. NVIDIA has such incredibly good offtake because our ecosystem is so large. So these 5 things, every phase of acceleration and transition, every phase of AI, every model, every cloud to on-prem, and of course, finally, it all leads to offtake.
Thank you. I will now turn the call to Toshiya Hari for closing remarks.
In closing, please note we will be at the UBS Global Technology and AI Conference on December 2nd, and our earnings call to discuss the results of our fourth quarter of fiscal 2026 is scheduled for February 25th. Thank you for joining us today. Operator, please go ahead and close the call.
All right, NVIDIA Q3 2020.